there. Would he show up there?
Yeah. Siraj. Siraj.
Morning, everybody. I think some of our colleagues are running a little bit late. Can we just give them another 10 minutes before we start? Thank you. So we'll start at 10 past.
is by far the first session of its kind where Parliament engage with agricultural stakeholders. And for us, that's important because it says to us that the Parliament of the Western Cape does take agriculture to be a very important sector in the economy of this region. So that for us, it's quite important, and we want to commend you, Chair, and the members for having taken the step to engage with the sector partners. By way of welcoming you, I want to just cite some few statistical information, which I think it's important. One is that agriculture contributes about 11% to the GDP of the province, but more importantly, 11% of the workforce in the Western Cape is from this very important sector of the economy. But Chairperson, as you would know, about 8 of the 10 biggest exports products of the Western Cape has got its foundation in this very important sector of the economy, which is agriculture. But of course, about 66% of the value of the Western Cape production gets exported. And that also highlights an important issue for us, a Rubik's Cube of sort that we must sort with respect to global trade and the tariff war that is taking place globally. As you know, the issues around the USA and so on and so forth. But for us, importantly, it's the priorities of the Western Cape agriculture, and those are 4 priorities I want to relate to that. The first one is that we want to intentionally do agriculture support. That's the priority of this department. And we do that with all the stakeholders here present, Chairperson. We don't do anything on our own. We do everything with our stakeholders here in the room. The second priority for us is the business support. We believe that as we provide agriculture support, in the end, that enhances the support we give to businesses in the Western Cape. The third priority for us is food security and nutrition. You would understand that is a very important issue for us, and many times people, when we talk about food security, a lot of people think that food security is agriculture. We want to dispel that myth because we don't believe that food security is agriculture. Agriculture contributes to food security, but agriculture on its own cannot solve the issue of food security. And as you know, the problem of South Africa with respect to food security is the access issue, because it's an issue of the economy that we are needing to settle. The fourth priority for us is market access priority, which is also very important. And I think Wandile will talk to that because that's the thing that is preoccupation for all of us in South Africa now, given the tariff war, as to what we needed to do. Suffice to say, Chairperson, that in the last 2 weeks, the Premier of the Western Cape hosted exporters to the US. And all of us were asking the right questions in that meeting. The 2 questions we're asking is, what are we going to do and how are we going to fix the stuff? As opposed to why, when, and where. These were the 2 important questions that the exporters were asking together with government to say, what is it, how are we going to do as South African agriculture to position ourselves, and how are we going to do that which we need to do? Suffice to also say, Chair, that in the room are stakeholders, and these are men and women that we work with on a daily basis. These colleagues are the colleagues that we work with through an ecosystem that we have created in the Western Cape to enable that we develop and grow agriculture. But more importantly, what you will see is that this will enrich your knowledge in understanding what agricultural value chain does, because it's much bigger than the APP and the strategic plan and the annual reports that you interact with. But this will give you a broader scope as to what agriculture does together with the colleagues in the room. Suffice to say that on the 5th of May, we will be renewing MOUs with these industry structures, because it's important that we work together with the industry to advance agriculture in the Western Cape. We have created in this province what we call the commodity approach, where upon together with the industry partners, we are intentional about supporting farmers. And that is why in the last 15 to 20 years, if you like, we've got the best performing land reform in the Western Cape compared to anywhere else in the Republic of South Africa. Sadly, because we have understood as early as 2009 that it's important to work with industry partners, but leverage additional resources to support agricultural development in our region. But as I conclude, Chair, it's important that as we sit here, we also appreciate that agriculture is a biological system that therefore interface with the rest of the other systems. As we sit here, there's a global trade system, there is a climate change system, there is a social system, there is a political system globally that interface with the agricultural system as we know it. And I think what is important for us is that all the time we must be aware of the system and begin to position ourselves to respond to those particular systems to the extent that we enable the Western Cape agricultural sector to deliver on what it needs to deliver. Something that comes to mind now is the issue around climate change. And of course, you know, the US posture on climate change and other nations in the world, their posture around it. And we know that in the Western Cape in particular, we are the most affected in terms of the climate shifting and so on and so forth. So it becomes very important that we are intentional as to who we are going to partner with. And I think what we've seen in the last while is that regional coordination is going to become very important as we find ways to adapt to the climate change issues. Of course, there's issues around ESG compliance that would affect agriculture in the Western Cape. It's important that we're intentional about those kind of things. Of course, geopolitical challenges and the fragmentation. And of course, the buzzword now in the world is the favorite word by President of the US, President Trump, and that's the word tariffs. And I think it's important that ourselves are beginning to position as to what we're going to do. Suffice, as I conclude, Chair, that we have taken a decision to develop an export diversification strategy in the Western Cape. And I think we're engaging with our industry partners to see to it that we position ourselves so that we're able to supply those products globally, because we do have fine products right here in the Western Cape to provide to the world. So, Chairperson, with that said, welcome, and I trust that you'll have fruitful discussions here today. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Mogale, for setting the tone. So I think just a quick recap once again. Wandile Sihlobo will be taking an hour to give us a presentation, an overview on the macro level in terms of the economic outlook, but you'll also touch on the industry, you know, in terms of policies and regulations that are really strangling the industry, but also, you know, the positive things that has happened in the industry in recent times. And then we'll have a Q&A for 45 minutes that members will really engage with Wandile, and you know, just make sure that the clarity-seeking questions are addressed. And then we will obviously be breaking for 50 minutes break. But if the feel is that we proceed, then we can proceed in order to save time. So then the next session, which is very important, and now we really bring it home to the Western Cape, where Yanni will obviously be the first one to go in terms of what the role of Agri-Western Cape is doing in terms of his representation of the members of the Agri-Western Cape. And then we'll also have Citrus Growers Association. We have actually asked the CEO, the new CEO, to join us, but unfortunately him and Justin Chadwick, they are out on engagements, so they won't be here. And thank you for the representation that has made it through to join us today, and really thank you very much. Then we will have obviously a Q&A session thereafter. We will then move to lunch afterwards. And after lunch, then we'll have hot grow and wine, sorry, not wine, South Africa, SA wine. Yeah, they call themselves SA1. You know, I'm used to Vinpro, you know, and now getting used to SA1. And then thereafter, then we'll have a Q&A, and then we'll move to the next session. So with that being said, really thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. We are going to give over to Wandile Sihlobo to engage us robustly. And we were hoping that Wandile will be here, and then we'll bring also the book that he has promised me that he will make it available to members so that they can read and really engage him thoroughly after they've read the book. But over to you, Wandile. Let's give him a round of applause.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. And again, let me express our appreciation from the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa for this invite. We apologize that we couldn't be there in person. There are a few last minute things that came up in Pretoria, which we communicated to Doc as well as the chair of the committee. And yes, honorable members, the book will make sure that we see it through, that you do receive it, so that we can engage in future in some of the engagements based on that book. Chair, I'm going to begin by really acknowledging the fact that many of the stakeholders that are sitting in the room are friends and members of AGBIS. People like Omfani, Anton, Rico, Yanni, and many of the other colleagues, CGA, that are in the room. And when they give that input, they will make sure that they dive deeper on some of the areas that we have all discussed as the industry. What I thought would be useful for my remarks this morning is to build on what Dr. Mohale has put forward, really painting a picture of how we are thinking about this sector. But I think it may be useful, Chair, that I perhaps maybe use a couple of slides to enhance my message this morning. And what I thought the slides would be is really thinking about South Africa in a changing trade system, because we are an agricultural sector that is export oriented, and much of what we are doing, of course, then is linked to these exports. Almost half of what we produce goes to the export markets. And I think all of these themes, especially the latter one that Dr. Mohale closed about around trade and tariffs, is something that we are consistently thinking about. And I think when we consider the sector and even its prospects to create jobs and make sure that it has a valuable contribution to our communities, we have to think about it. And one of the important layers of that will have to be this idea of trade. But of course, we know that trade on itself is not only just the idea of agriculture going out there. We have to be cognizant to the fact that the world, as we are used to it, is changing right before us. If the members can think back in the early 2000s, we lived in a world that is completely different than what we exist in today. Take a moment and you look at the map that is on your left-hand side of that particular screen. That is a world that I would say for many decades since the 1960s, we were all operating in that particular world, where the US was a larger dominant force, even when you are thinking about trade and you are thinking about on the side of international relation, was influencing the world as we saw it. And of course, during that period of the US major influence to the world, we've seen development and growth, and many countries actually proceeding to be in a far better position today than they were in the past. But when you switch for a moment and we look to where we are sitting today, the world has changed, and that's the map on your right-hand side, where we see the rise of China. And of course, what you see depicted in the screen is more of the trade pattern, not to consider the geopolitics and the other things, but the economics of the world are changing on that aspect, where the US was a major player, and the red part is where China had a surplus, at least in terms of trade. And today, which is on your left-hand side, is the world where China has that particular dominance. And I think this is not only the story of the US and China. Even if you were to include the EU, which is the part that we've circled there, and you look at their trade surplus with the world, as well as where China is sitting today, you will see that it pretty much resembles the point that I have made about how the US have perhaps maybe been overtaken in terms of some of the commercial relationships with a number of countries by China on this. And I think the story of China is not only about trade, it is also about the investments that they've been able to make to many of the countries. If you take a look for a moment on that chart that you are seeing in the screen, which is pretty much a map of the world, every blue dot that you are looking at in that is where China has put some form of investments in terms of the manufacturing in a range of industries, some in mining, some in auto, some in food, some in textile. But the point is that they are dominant when it comes to trade, but also they are dominant when it comes to the manufacturing space. And of course, we leave as industry the interpretation of what this means from a political thinking to you as our leaders on the political front about how you should be thinking about this world. But I think purely from looking at it at the numbers as the industry, we see it pretty much shaping up in that particular way. Dr. Mohale makes an important point about the world then that we are in, as well as the tariffs that are being used by many of the countries. But these tariffs then, they also introduce an element of uncertainty, because we wake up one day knowing what the policy from the US is looking like. And of course, in the next day, we tend to see that the policy changes more regularly as to where things are. Suffice to say, at the moment, with the 10% flat tariff across all of the major trading partners to the US, while not desirable, it still puts South Africa in a reasonably better position than the tariffs that after 90 days we will likely face, which is the 31% that is there. And of course, our colleagues at CGA, Rico Basson at SA Wines, as well as Anton at Hotgrow will speak a little bit about how they are seeing those tariffs influencing their industry. Khadi at the pork producers and the meat industry will also speak at length as to what the US thinks and what do they want from our pork industry. Suffice to say, these tariffs are also looking at leverage at which they can get from the particular industries. You have all followed in great detail about the fact that this is not just a story of South Africa against the US, but rather the US resetting that trade environment, as well as how the world will shape up, because we see that these tariffs have been levied across everyone. And of course, there are others that have been hit far deeper than us, even our friends here in Lesotho, who potentially faces far more difficult tariffs. But the point is that many of the countries, they still face relatively lower tariffs compared to South Africa, which again, these honorable members build on Dr. Mohale's point of saying, ensuring that we are competitive in our agricultural sector, and that we can be able to do well in the US as well as in the world, is something that is fundamental to the Western Cape industry, to the Western Cape economy, but broadly to South Africa at large. And I think it's on the basis of what we are seeing on the screen. And these are not unique to agriculture, but rather the tariffs that, as we understand it of today, are levied across the industries, across the countries. There's been a lot of debate as to how we arrived to these tariffs, because the official communication that comes out of the US, in our understanding, is that they've placed these tariffs to reciprocate what they deem as South Africa and the other countries are placing on themselves. And I want, through you, Chairman, to the honorable members, to stress the point that the tariff level that South Africa levies to the world at what we call the most favored nation level is actually 7.6%. It is not the 31% that the United States has. And in fact, for many years, we have had our friends that are in labor and the others complaining that when South Africa rejoined the world after the previous governments in the democratic era, we actually got to the stage where we liberalized our markets too fast and the tariffs were dropped too low. And they are referring to the fact that we're one of the countries with the lowest tariff regime. And if you were to compare to the US before they embarked on this journey last year, their average tariff levels to the world were at about 3%. So the idea then that we have a tariff level of about 31%, it basically comes from how the US arrived on this number, which is the story of a trade surplus and they are looking at the imports and exports, and then they are arriving particularly in that formula that you see displaying in the screen, which is the trade balance divided by the imports, and that then gives what the US views as the level of protection. Now, depending on what school of economics and your understanding of these matters will be, you can interpret that equation as you like. Suffice to say that from our side at the chamber, and certainly the members of the industry that you have in your audience there, we of the view that the way the US arrived in that formula is not sound economics, at least in our observation on this. Be that as it may, Mr. Chair, because that is how the situation is at this moment. We think that the implication of all of this to the world is much more dire than perhaps maybe we contemplate at this moment. As we speak today, the central bank governor of South African Reserve Bank is in Washington, along with our Minister of Finance and many others attending these spring meetings at the IMF. And for the honorable members that have read the business day this morning, you may have seen even in a front page story, there is an insert there that talks about how the IMF and the others are seeing these tariffs as being the major risk to global growth in general. And I think to understand those comments and to begin to even think about what this means for the world, you have to look for a moment to the chart that is on your left-hand side. What you see there is the tariffs that the US has placed in the world over time. And you'll see that from the late 1900s all the way up until today, the tariffs in the US were fairly low. And what's distinct about that particular moment is that many countries in the world had followed a similar trade regime or policy regime when it comes to tariffs. And the gains of that were in part what you see on your right-hand side, where there's been a pickup on trade as a share of global growth. And global growth in general, as well as the standards of living in the world, improved in part as a result of this liberalization of trade across various sectors in the world. And of course, now with those tariffs coming back up, the consequences of that is what we all fear what it will look like in the world. And we will learn in the coming days this week when the IMF releases their global forecast on how they think this will weigh on growth in the world. The story of growth, I'm emphasizing it, honorable members, because what HODGROW produces, what VINPRO members produces, what SAPO, the Pork Association, what the dairy industry produces, all of these are what we would categorize as high-value products. They are able to sell more to the world if the world is growing in part. And I think that the slowdown on global growth begins to be one of the major risks that we have to contemplate. And even as we're thinking about the diversification that Dr. Mohale referred to, that diversification is much easier in a world that is growing. But our early impressions of what has happened in the US is that we may be entering a stage where global growth may be slowing down. And if that happens, and inflation is picking up and people's standards of living to a certain extent decline, or their buying power decline, of course, that presents challenges to South Africa, not only in the US, but even in the markets that we are trading with. And these are things that I think we will have to begin to contemplate as we are thinking about that diversification route. But we do have to think also of the fact that as we are looking at other markets, those that face tariffs in the US, they may too be looking at South Africa, because ultimately we're still a relatively upper middle income country, and others may be looking at us and saying, look, if I'm facing tariffs in the US, is it something that I can send to South Africa? And I'm making this comment now, not only looking in agriculture. I know we are in the Committee for Agriculture, but you are all our leaders representing us in the Western Cape, but with influence at a national level and other sectors of the economy. And I think these are some of the questions we have to start to contemplate, to say, if then the others are bringing products to South Africa, how are we going to navigate that path without necessarily being an economy that is closed and looking at tariffs and all of these protection measures that others may be looking at. And that's the environment that we are really entering in at this moment. Of course, the other consequence of the moment that we are in, we very much doubt that the WTO maybe even be in a better place, at least currently, to be able to shield the world and raise some of the cases against the US, because our understanding, they have broken a number of things there. For example, this provision of the most favored nations, whereby it says that if a particular country levies general tariffs, they have to be the same across all countries. But the US, you see them applying different tariffs against many of the countries, which I think for South Africa, what we will need to do, working with all of the other countries, is to make sure that we strengthen the WTO, that even if it's unable to respond today, but tomorrow it is in a far better position, because we do need an institution that is solid and is able to police and enforce certain rules for the world to be able to prosper and march forward in the right path. Where we're finding ourselves at the moment, it's really in a state of heightened uncertainty. You've heard the comments I've already made about the state of the macroeconomic condition, but also the institutions that we are in. And I think that index that you see in your screen pretty much displays that. What you are looking at is the economic policy uncertainty index. And we haven't seen it jump in those levels since around about the COVID times. And we know that economically, COVID was very costly, and of course it had grave health concerns to our community. But I think on an economic part of that time, we almost far surpass, largely because of these tariffs that we are in. But Chair, I want to again bring it to light, linking to some of the remarks that you have made also yourself, to say our engagement as South Africa with the United States do not only begin with these tariffs that we are in. Many of the industry players that are sitting in the room there with you, they know that far ahead of this time that we are in, we already had a number of uncertainty related to AGOA in our engagement with the US. And yes, not all products that South Africa sends to the US are under AGOA, especially if you look at the broader economy. Probably around 40% or so of our products that really benefit on AGOA. And yes, indeed, the US remains the second largest export market for South Africa. But now I think the core observation is that the current tariffs do nullify the benefit of AGOA, because AGOA offered us that free access to the US side. And AGOA is, again, an act of Congress. But as to whether then is there anything that South Africa can do in that path going forward would really, in part, depend on the guidance of the DTIC, yourselves, and many others in helping us as the industry as we navigate that route. But I think the core point that we had long been discussing is a possibility of how can South Africa find a place to form some form of a free trade agreement with the United States. Of course, it will have certain provisions, because we have industries that we would still deem somewhat sensitive. And I think that's the message that you may get perhaps when Hadi from the Pork Producers Association speak about how they still need some form of shielding as they rebuild and grow their particular industry. But be that as it may, I think the understanding was there that we do need to get some form of a free trade agreement with the US. The major motivation for that was, of course, the economic gains that we will get, but also to take away the uncertainty that existed. I've summarized here only about 5 aspects that all of you honorable members, you are aware of. The first one being the fact that back in 2014, the chair, the Honorable Masipa, is aware of this matter, as we had interacted even back at the time where the United States had an issue with our pork industry, had an issue with our poultry industry, and this was one of the matters that was almost dragging and putting us at risk with regards to the renewal of AGOA back then. And you fast forward, you get into 2020, there were issues, of course, around the South Africa's protection of intellectual property rights bill. So the US had an issue around that. And of course, the aspects around Lady R, our involvement in the Middle East, the dynamics around BRICS. These are all of the risks that the US had been raising over time, which means then that this was again adding to the uncertainty in this relationship of South Africa and the United States, which is why we had favored an aspect at which perhaps maybe we could be able to have a free trade agreement that somewhat will lessen the burden of these particular problems that you see displayed in here. And of course, at that time, the other element that was a reality was that South Africa is already part of that higher middle income country. So technically, on an economic basis, you could make an argument that we were almost ready to graduate out of AGOA. But of course, you can't do those aspects without considering that we are part of the customs union. Our friends in Lesotho, our friends in Swaziland, and the others, we have to consider them when we are thinking about the aspects of trade as a country. But I do think that with all of those risks in place, Lesotho is now facing higher tariffs than South Africa. Namibia, if you look at their tariffs, just a few figures below where South Africa is, and everyone is sitting on this room. Therefore, we may have to pivot as part of the long-term engagement with the US and purposely pursue this free trade agreement. There are other African countries that have already started marching this part. If you think about what Morocco did from way back, they were one of the countries that actually began signing up a free trade agreement with the United States. And of course, Kenya is one of those that had began to walk that path. But I think if we do walk that path, we have to walk it not ideologically, making sure that we are quite cognizant of the sensitive industries and we have some form of measures of protecting those, while at the same time clear about what we could offer the US. It has to be a well thought out strategy, which is what I appreciate about the engagement that you are having with the industry today, because the data, the sensitivity, and the numbers that they each will present is some of those insights that could better equip and deepen our understanding in South Africa as we engage with some of these aspects. And I think that once then that free trade agreement, we begin to walk that path, we have to walk it alongside with the aspect of investments that we can also be able to draw from the US part. And I think these are things that South Africa should be thinking about and thinking about deeply. And we could build on some of the frameworks that are already there. If you think about it, you probably members have heard people talk about what they call TIFA, which is the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement between South Africa and the US. And this is something that comes back from the early 2000s. And I think we do need to begin looking at those and seeing how do we use such pieces of frameworks on attracting investments, but at the same time rebuilding the new trade engagements that we will have with the United States. Of course, time is of essence because you will hear from our colleagues in the citrus industry about how sensitive certain things are, and you will hear about the seasonality from our Anton from Hotgrow, and of course, Yanni will speak broadly about the Western Cape farming economy as to where some of these dynamics would look like for that sector at large. Suffice to say that if you then take the scope of what we are currently facing today, before we march this path of a potential free trade agreement, I think we are looking at an environment where South African economy, just like the point I was saying about the world economy, will grow at a much lower pace. We are potentially looking at a growth that is less than 2% over the next 2 to 3 years because of these trade uncertainty and the restrictions that we are seeing in the world. And I think to you, as our leaders in public office, one of the difficulties then that you face is that we know from literature that for every percentage growth in the South African economy, you would see a 0.5 to 0.7 improvement in labor participation. But at the moment, then, if the economy is not growing, you have more young people graduating out of school, and we're already sitting in a country that has a high unemployment, and certainly the Western Cape also has its dilemmas with the unemployment in particular communities there. You have then to begin thinking about this thing to say, how do we support the industry that we have so that at least it can get the trade environment that it requires? And in part, we can be able to absorb those people. Because if our economy is not growing, we face a much more grave challenge over the next couple of years, more on a social aspect, because these businesses, as they trade and they access these markets, it's not only just for themselves, but it's really to ensure that they are able to do this business so that in turn they can support the various communities that they are operating in. And I think, of course, this is an issue of global growth, but of course, there's also some domestic issues that are adding to this, issues of the budget and the others that too are under your guidance as our leaders in public office. Now, if I can take a step out a little bit from all of those trade aspects to really think about the macro picture of where, from a production level, the sector is looking. The sector on a production level, things are moving reasonably well. We are on what we call a year of a recovery. We've received excellent rainfall in the northern regions of the country. And I believe from a message that you will hear from Mr. Rico Passon from SA Wines is that while their output may somewhat maybe slightly lower or mildly unchanged from last year, in terms of the quality of their produce, I think things are looking better. That's the same story that you may hear from Omfani on the dairy aspects, because as we have seen better rainfall, the grazing veld have been better. But of course, we remain with some of the animal disease issues here and there in Eastern Cape, KZN. But I think for the Western Cape economy, you're pretty much looking at a far better environment on the operation conditions. Now, the reason I'm highlighting the issue of a better operating condition is that if we can produce, therefore, we do need to open up that pathway that is leading us onto trade, because it's one way of having all of this, but we have nowhere to sell. And I think then the profitability of the farming side hinges in large part on us finding a path about how we can pretty much expand the export aspect on our side. And this export story is so important because if you look at even the animal spirits, or what we would call the mood or the sentiment in the South African farming sector, before the tariffs were introduced, the mood was very upbeat in the sector. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the green bar with the honorable members, that is in the middle of that graph, anything that is above that indicates optimism. And if you look at the line, you see it at the end crossing that green midpoint and really shooting up to levels that we last saw in 2020 or so. And that indicates that optimism that was there on the sector. The favorable rates, the improvements we're making at the ports, the improvements that we're making with GNUs on a political climate, the improvements we're making in animal diseases, those are all of the things that made the agribusinesses and the major farmers to say, look, we want to invest, we want to continue to grow this sector. But of course, then as a sector that is export oriented, a lot will depend on what we do on trade. And I think today, if you were to go and ask people to say, okay, how do you feel about the business conditions in South Africa at this moment? The major point that you will see coming up is that, look, on a production, we are fine, but we are very worried about the aspects that are related to trade. Which is why I think through yourself as a chair of the committee, as well as Dr. Mohale in the Western Cape Department, it's very important that we have the conversation that we are having today. But I would move towards closing, Chairperson, by really also saying trade is a one aspect, and we should focus on it. But it should not necessarily be on what in the political economy world I would call flooding the zone, which is the aspect whereby almost all of our attention is on one aspect. There should be sufficient energy devoted to it, but we also need to put the resources on some of the things that are within our control. And those things that are within our control as a country now, and these points are applicable in the Western Cape, but also applicable on a broader South African aspect, is that we do need to ensure that the Department of Agriculture, the private sector, and many others will invest as much as we can on biosecurity. Biosecurity referring to both animal health as well as plant health. Dr. Mohale made a point about how the Western Cape is more exposed to climate change. The climate change aspect that he's referring to is not only through the disasters that we see, but we are seeing a higher occurrence of new diseases happening at a faster rate than we have seen in the recent past. In part, we think that this major shifts and changes on climate is partly contributing to that, which is why then we think that to ensure at least that at a production level will remain solid, we do need to do something there. You yourself, Chair, I've seen you make comments in various occasions around the animal health aspects and what needs to be done on that point. And I think Omfani from the milk producers, when he speaks, as well as Khadi, will perhaps add more on the animal health aspect on that particular point. And I think this refers also to around Act 36, and I think Mr. Dan Crick and the other colleagues who will speak around this aspect, because it also links on the animal health as well as some of the new medicine that we do need to bring to the country. The Act 36 is also important when we are thinking about the new products that we need for long-term productivity. Chair, I've made the point with Mr. Dan Crick and the others about how the sector of South Africa agriculture has grown over time. It has more than doubled since 1994. And when you look at the two major ingredients that we have seen in the sector, it has been this rise in productivity because of the effort we have put on science. And that links to the registration of the new medicine, which is that second point around the Act 36. And the second ingredient is the story of the exports, because without those exports, we wouldn't have seen this sector growing, as well as the jobs that are there. We have just under 1 million jobs that are in primary agriculture at about 926,000 people. And we also have just over 300,000 people that are in the value chain, which means then agriculture in its value chain, Mr. Chairman, has roughly about 1.2, 1.3 million people that are working in. And I think if you take that number and you work it with the average size of a family in South Africa, either it's 4 people or 5 people, and you multiply that, you get a sense of a bigger spin-offs or benefits of the agricultural sector, which is why then the issue of exports, the issues of municipality, rural crime, as well as on a blended finance. Now, when we are thinking about transformation, is some of the aspects that we have to do. And let me close with a few points around the issue of the transformation, Chair, which is that we also sit as a country amongst the many things that we can do with around about 2.5 million hectares of land that is sitting on what we call the agricultural land holding account. This is a land that the South African government bought in the open market somewhere between 2006 going into 2020. And this land must be transferred to Black farmers with title deeds in order for them to utilize and farm it effectively so that we can see a number of Black farmers growing in the sector. The contribution of Black farmers differ commodity by commodity. Dan Crick will tell you that in his commodity, he's double digit. Omfani will tell you that is somewhere 30% or so of the Black farmers in cattle farming broadly now, not only on a dairy industry. But in some commodities, the numbers are still fairly low. In our estimation, we think that on average, Black farmers are still making up somewhere around about 10% in the commercial output. Of course, this is an average. It dwarfs the contribution made by various commodities. But the point is that as we grow, as we address what's under our control, let's also try to see if we can release this land so that the Black farmer contribution can also grow, benefiting from the skill and the expertise and the know-how that we can derive from industry, but at the same time, applying necessary pressure on making sure that we expand the export markets. And I think it's a menu of these things, Chair, that could help us to move forward somewhat in this conversation. And with that, Chair and the honorable members, I would like to appreciate your time and the opportunity to be able to make these particular remarks. And as I said, my colleagues who are some members and friends of the chamber will really dive deeper into what are the dynamics in each of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Wandile, for a brilliant presentation. So, colleagues, I've just seen Honorable Ngontlo joining us. Honorable Ngontlo, may you just stand so that members of the industry can see you? Honorable Ngontlo is a long-standing member of this portfolio committee on Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism. So really, thank you very much. I will be opening for members to ask clarity-seeking questions. But first, I want to go first, Wandile. With regards to WTO, there has been obviously, an issue with regards to Citrus Growers Association. I just want to know if there is an update with regards to that issue that has been taken to WTO. The second one, obviously, you pointed out, the issue of the poultry with the U.S. Having really made a noise about it. I do remember I was part of that MINMEC when the U.S. representative was really quite angry about the situation between ourselves and the U.S. Just in terms of update, has there been really imports that were coming from the U.S. Subsequent to that, and if there is an indication in terms of volumes? You spoke about the APS in terms of the assignees that are obviously, a problem now in terms of their costs and so forth. We did pass the amendment of that particular bill in the National Assembly during the 6th administration. So I think some of the issues were raised, and obviously we thought that they were amicably resolved. If you can really just maybe give classical example in terms of the challenges regarding the assignees. The one issue that I think is you covered it quite well, which I'm happy, is regarding the trade across the globe, AGOA and so forth. But one area that we don't really address is the Africa trade arrangements. Before this spring engagement, some of my colleagues across Africa, we have got parliamentary network. We did really talk about it, and one of the issues that we have asked our chair on that particular parliamentary committee was to really drive home the issue of infrastructure networks, across Africa, so that, it can ease our trade amongst ourselves as Africans. But I think there is not much effort that is being put to really make sure that this Africa trade agreement really benefit us as such. So I just want to know if there are efforts, to really make that, Africa trade, ensure that it delivers for our industry. I will now, with those few questions, I'll hand over to my colleagues in terms of their question. Honorable Bryant, I see your hand. Honorable Brinkes, and who's next? Okay, so 3 at a time, and then we can take the next round. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Very good presentation, very insightful, and I think a lot of very pertinent information in terms of the current global political climate. I think obviously for us, we are focusing primarily on the Western Cape and what we can do to improve the lives of people living here and the businesses that are based here. But seeing it in the context of South Africa is I think, very important and also globally. I've got 2 questions. The first one is, you did speak about slow economic growth projected over the next few years, and you've mentioned the issues with the US trade and AGOA as being a central factor there. However, over the past couple of years, that hasn't been the challenge, and we've still seen slow economic growth. So, what, in your opinion, are the other contributing factors that could potentially be linked to issues relating to trade? Because obviously the US isn't our only trading partner, and as you showed in your first slide, there's significant growth in China and obviously other countries as well. So should we be looking potentially at increasing and diversifying our trade relationships with other countries? And then just secondly, right at the end of your presentation, you mentioned the need to transfer that outstanding agricultural land into black ownership to encourage more black farmers, which is obviously something that we would applaud and would like to see. But what would you say are the contributing factors that are preventing that from taking place? And you could just expand a little bit there as to what you think could be done to help speed up that process and increase the opportunities for more people to be involved in the agricultural sector, obviously not taking away anything from anybody in the process. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everybody again. Thank you very much, Wandile, for that most comprehensive presentation. I think you highlight most of the important and the issues that will have to be prioritized over the next few years. But I think in terms of the tariff wars, we are still left with two questions in the room, two very big unanswered questions in terms of these tariff wars going on. Number one, what are we going to do about it? And number two, how are we going to go about it? I know there's a lot of indication in terms of looking for new alternative markets for South Africa, for the Western Cape. But from your bird's eye view, what are we actually going to do about this, and how are we going to go about it? Thank you very much.
Over to Honorable Constable.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Just some questions from my side with regards to economic policy uncertainty. What do you think South Africa as a whole needs to do? And what is the insight that you can give us as a Western Cape? How do we deal with this? And what is it we as a government can do and support you with it? Then with regards to your new direction, you're talking about the free trade agreement. Can you maybe elaborate more on that, and how do we then influence that trade agreement so that we don't, as a country, don't harm ourselves with regards to economic growth? You mentioned some issues. The one three that I picked up is your agricultural exports with regards to the ports, and we visited the Cape Town port, and there's a lot of issues with regards to that. How do you think we can deal with the issues and make sure that ports be functional, really functional, 100% functional, so that the agriculture exports can move faster? Then with regards to roads and the municipalities and rural crime, I am from a rural area, the Central Karoo, and that roads, I mean, you mentioned it is very, very important for the sector to use that roads. The trucks that drive, that use that roads for their products. I mean, this chairperson is something that we really have to look into with regards to infrastructure support and the grant funding that we give to rural municipalities. But the crime, the rural crime, I mean, even the small farmer, the impact on that small farmers, the loss of their stock. So I think this is a very important issue that we need to address from a government perspective to support small farmers. There's something also that in your slide, blended finance. Can you elaborate on that, because that will also assist us with regards to the implementation of funding across the board. That is something, and my colleagues know if I talk about funding and the support and the grants, rural areas really struggle with regards to that. But there's an issue with regards to black farmers, and my colleague member Brian touched on that. As much as we want farms to be distributed to black farmers and the support is the issue for me. We had a lot of farms given to farmers, but there's an element of mentoring that is not happening. And I believe if we support and give farms to black farmers, the element of mentoring needs to be part of that, and that system is not in place. So with the giving of farms, with the transfer of farms to black farmers, government needs to make sure, and as the business sector, you need to give us ideas on how to sustain that, because there's a lot of farms in my area laying now. There's no people on that farms. The farmers fight with one another, and there is a problem. So the process of that is really important. Then my last one, Mr. Wandile, is you talk about employment and the 1.2. I think you talk about 1.2 million. Just a quick question. Percentage-wise, how much of that is real South Africans and how many of that is illegal foreigners? Because it will be very nice to know that all of them is really South Africans. But I mean, you and me, we know that there is illegal foreigners that take the job opportunities of the people of South Africa. Do you have stats on that or not? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I'm going to hand over to Wandile, but before I do that, I just want to really emphasize the importance of this meeting. It's really to really find engagement, educating us in terms of the things that we need to improve in conducting our oversight. I think that's critical for us. There are questions, obviously, that I do pick up that are related, that the department need to answer. The department can maybe perhaps also answer, but I think if we can focus on the industry today, we do engage the department quite regularly, but I would really appreciate that we really engage the industry so that, you know, we can walk away here equipped enough to be able to conduct our oversight on the department. Over to you, Wandile. Thank you.
Chairperson, let me appreciate this opportunity, as well as to the honorable members, the points that they have raised, which I think these are points of interest to all South Africans about how we should be thinking about this sector. Let me begin with your point, Chair, and I'm hoping that our friends from CGA, when they speak, they will further enhance this particular point I will make, which is that the South Africa case against the EU is something that has to continue. So far, as best as I can tell, there's no material progress that we have made, but it is our very hope that the DTIC and the South African government in general continues to support the industry in that particular case. The reason it's important is, of course, that the EU is one of our strategic market, and we are even worried now that as countries try to build what I would call a coalition of the wounded, we should not make much of the sacrifices of particular industries. So that's something that is ongoing. And of course, the WTO, in our understanding, is that it does have these vulnerabilities as well as the shortages on the skill side, which links to the point about South Africa and the others making sure that they strengthen the WTO so that it can deal and process particular cases as this one. That's the first point, Chair, that you have mentioned, and I hope the CGA will enhance that when they speak. On the aspect of poultry, it's a good thing you are raising this, Chair, because the US, if you read the official documentation that is published by the White House, they do make a point that they have struggled to export poultry to South Africa. They struggled to deal with pork. They are even interested in exporting their beef to South Africa. Now, South Africa has not been blocking the US on this point. I do think that officially we must state that. From 2014, South Africa offered the United States 60,000 tons of tariff-free quota in the poultry space. Today, that quota has increased to about 70,000 tons tariff-free that the US can export to their poultry to the Republic of South Africa. So far, they've utilized less than 60% of that quota. The reason they are not fulfilling it, it's in part, of course, the issues around the demand, certain buyers in South Africa, but secondly, it has a lot to do with the quality specification on what I would call the SPS measures or phytosanitary measures. So it's a one thing to remove the tariffs, but the products that enter South Africa has to meet the quality and the specifications that South Africa imposes. South Africa is not imposing these standards out of fun or playing games with trade, but these are standards that are there to ensure that the products that land into many South Africans' table, it can be consumed, it is safe, and all of those things. So the United States has to comply with that. But South Africa is not being stubborn on that, Chair. And when you engage with National Department, and Dr. Mohale will tell you that there is ongoing work to assist the Americans so that their product that gets to South Africa, it meets the specification. And this is part and parcel of the work that is underway to resolving their issues on this. It's the same story, by the way, with the pork side. But I think for the record, it is clear that South Africa has a tariff-free quota that with the US, which has not been filled. On the aspect of assignees, Chair, that you raised, I mean, the experience differ there, commodity by commodity. Suffice to say that those that are in the grain industry, they seem to be posing more cost to industry and ultimately being passed on to the consumer than they add value. So when they go and check quality, you'll find that they go and do this quality verification that are done in areas where industry has already done some of these. So there's a lot of a double doing of the job. And I think the ultimate point is that this is adding to the cost. And this is part and parcel of what you would hear people talk about, administrative costs that are added to the South African consumers. And I think in times like this, where so many South Africans are under heavy economic pressure, we have to look at whether some of these things are effective and whether they are necessary, and the economic pain that they impose on South Africans. It's something that I think you yourself as our leaders, you have perhaps maybe to reflect on them. The aspect around the Continental Free Trade Agreement, Chair, the continent is something that, and you will hear from Rico at SA1s, you'll hear from Omar Anton, that when we are thinking about long-term, 10 years, 5 years, 20 years going forward, we are very optimistic that the continent will assist us in terms of trade. But as we speak today, I am hesitant to say Africa can be able to absorb what we are selling. Today, if you look at how much South Africa exports to the world, we export about $13.7 billion of agricultural products, 40% of that to the African continent. But in that 40% to the African continent, 90 cents in every dollar is within the SADC. And even within the SADC, in countries that are closer to us. The reason we are not hitting many of the countries, it has a lot to do with the buying power in those countries. It has a lot to do with the consumer taste in those countries. And if you are producing high quality and high value product as South Africa, you will reach a certain few countries in Nigeria, Kenya, and the others. But I think many of the economies in the continent still have a long way to recover so that they are able to have a solid spending that they can put on this product. Hence, we have a little bit of a hesitance for the near term with the continents. But I think the arrangements you referred to, that needs to be made to do with logistics and others. Those are things that needs to continue throughout this process. Let me transition, Chair, to the second point that were raised by the Honorable Brand. And the first one starting about this issue of a slow growth. The Honorable Member is right that growth has been slow in South Africa for the last decade. And of course, a number of things are the ones that you as our leaders have been contemplating on, issues of state capture, but also issues of municipalities that are not operating efficiently. And I think what the Operation Vulindlela is pretty much doing now is responding to those particular aspects. So that's what has weighed on our growth, and we were hopeful that growth will be better because if Operation Vulindlela is 2.0 is applied at this time around, it can be able to resolve some of those difficulties that are there. With regards to markets, though, that for agriculture and as the Western Cape, we should be looking at. We think that the Middle East is an exciting place. we think that Asia is an exciting place, particularly in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar are some of those exciting countries when you look at how much they spend importing agricultural products. Take, for example, the Saudis. They spend over $20 billion a year importing agricultural products. In the Saudi market, we are less than 1% of our exports of the market there. Qatar spends over $10 billion. We are less than 0.5% in Qatar. And I think those are the markets that are more important even for livestock and or the industry that Mr. Dan Crick represents. And then, of course, Asia, China, India, and the others, the BRICS countries are also very important. What we face now there are higher tariffs as well as the phytosanitary barriers. And these are things then that now not only Western Cape, but the National Department of Agriculture and Trade and DERCO should assist us on making sure that we resolve those issues. On the aspect of land, to Honorable Brand, I mean, that particular issue, there needs to perhaps maybe be a little bit more insistence from you, the lawmakers, on nudging our colleagues at the Department of Agriculture to release that land with title deeds, because this is not all overall land reform process. This is land that was acquired under what we call PLUS, the proactive land acquisition strategy part, which is just a piece of the land redistribution. And I think you are right on a sense that this is not about taking one way to another person from one person to another, but it's about growing the South African agricultural pie. And I think we can grow and make it more inclusive, starting with what we have and really putting our people on that. And I will link that with the third points that were raised, which were around of saying we see land reform farms failing, the issue of skills and the others. And those are elements that are needed. But part and parcel of the land reform failures and the failures of black farmers has a lot to do with the fact that they don't own that land. The raising of capital, the level of investments that can get there, it just is not there, in part because of these title deeds or long-term tradable leases, which is something that you yourselves, working with other colleagues that are at the National Department of Land Affairs, you have to insist on Minister Nyazo and the colleagues to move on that particular point. What to do about tariffs and where to go about? I mean, that's the biggest question, Chair, that we are all sitting with. And I hope that our colleagues from various commodities, I see Anton typing relentlessly there at the back. I hope that he will be able to enlighten us about how, from a HOTCO side, he is thinking about these things. Suffice to say that the issues related to export diversification, those are medium to long-term things. We cannot change things overnight where people say, just leave the US and go to other markets. There are supply chains and the relationships that are in place. It may take 3-5 years or even more to build a new market, which is why the US is important. In numbers terms, to remind the members, the US is about 4% of our agricultural exports, which is $13.7 billion. In value terms, that's around about 480 million US dollars. But concentrated in the Western Cape and in the few industries, citrus, table grapes, wine being amongst those, and nuts and the others that are there, which is why then it's so important that we figure out a way of lowering the tariffs in the US so that our competitors, Peru and Chile and the others, don't get to have a far lower tariffs than us. Transitioning to the last points, Chair, which I think others I have spoken to a little bit, especially about what to do about these things. On the issues of the ports, I mean, our friends from SA Wines and on Anton, I will pass that on them, because I know one of his colleagues, Jack, and the others have been working on those logistics in the Western Cape, and they do see the difficulty that is there. And Christo, who works with Rico, has been working on some of these aspects. He will comment on that and the issues of rural crime in general. And I think that is something that we hope you and the Minister of Police can help us in resolving those things. The FTA agreement is not an ideological aspect, which is why I think conversation like what, Chair, you have asked us today to engage on, where we look at the numbers, we look at the needs of industry. this is part and parcel of that engagement that would enhance our understanding so that we are able to come up with a way of saying what FTA, free trade agreement, would best suit South Africa. Or do we even need an FTA, or we should go for what we call the preferential trade, free trade agreement? Those are all things. Of course, this would have to consider what the US needs on their side. Let me close with a one point around the jobs as to how many of these jobs are foreigners and how many are South Africans. I think from the Chamber's side, we always encourage the members, of course, to prioritize South Africans, but it's very, it's not clear at this point as to how these numbers are looking like. And this is perhaps maybe the point that we can ask Stetzer say that in future, they begin to see if there is a way at which they could give us at least a rough understanding of what's going on in our labor market. But I will be lying to you as the honorable members if I can give you a figure on how much of those people are South Africans and how much are not, because we don't have an official verification statement on that. But suffice to say that we cannot, let's say that in future, they give us more color on that. Let me stop there, Chair, and on those, and I hope that I had touched on a number of things that were raised. I do apologize if there are some that I have missed on these. The blended finance, perhaps, Chair, before I pass on to you, that is something that I know you have been thinking a lot about, and perhaps maybe you will comment as you make your remarks on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Wandile, for your really extensive answer to the questions. Members, I'm going to allow the Department of Agriculture through either you, Jerry, or Dr. Mogale to talk around the blended finance and obviously the extension services that Honorable Consta will really ask with regards to the support given to the black farmers from the department. And maybe the CEO of Casidra, once again, really thank you for hosting us. Maybe you will also want to touch in terms of the support that you are providing to this black farmers through your institution. Over to you, Dr. Mogale.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one on blended finance. I think in 2009, we started what we call the commodity approach on its own. That's a blended finance program, which bring to bear private sector resourcing to support agriculture in the Western Cape. In fact, if you look at what we did with Anton and Tim with the Hotfin program, it's again a blending finance scheme, but also what we did with what we call the Jobs Fund program, which was funded partly by the industry ourselves, as well as National Treasury. It's again a blended financing scheme. In fact, in this room where you are, Chair and members of Parliament, this is a parliament of the blending financing scheme in the Western Cape. This is where decisions had been made for many years with respect to blended financing. And that's really the reason why over the years, you have seen a massive investment in agriculture in the Western Cape, notwithstanding the fact that government support to this sector has been dwindling for over many years. And I was hoping one day you'll talk to the members of Parliament here, because agriculture globally in South Africa is receiving less than 2% of the expenditure of government. And I think it's a very important sector in our view that must be funded correctly. And I think that's really what I wanted to say, but can talk to extension issues.
Thank you. Thank you, HOD. I hope you can hear me, Chairperson. Just the HOD alluded to it earlier in his speech that we are following the commodity approach in the province, and that's since 2009, and we are one of the few provinces doing that, but mainly to support us with struggling land reform projects. And the member raised the issue of mentorship. Now, we, through our commodity approach, we are really trying to appoint mentors through the commodity and the agreement with the farmer. Obviously, he or she must agree that they need a mentor. And we are doing that actually with all our projects as far as possible. The other thing that they assist us with the commodity partners is actually access to markets, which is critical. Obviously, we work from the market backwards. But Chair, that's what I can say in terms of advisory services. Obviously, approved projects should be visited by an extension officer at least once a month, and we are following it with a smart pen. Chair, some of them call it the spy pen because now we can see where the extension officers are moving, and that we can plot, and we can actually give you a map of each and every month of where our extension officers were in the districts, and we do have a decentralized model. But I mean, and some of them are actually getting more visits per month depending on the production cycle of their business. I think that's more or less what I can say at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
CEO, do you want to say something? You covered. Yeah, really, to the point that was made, Wandile, regarding the allocation from National Treasury to agriculture, you know, I've been at pains as well, you know, in terms of really why can't really the National Treasury really consider increasing funding allocation to agriculture. And I know that the comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, I think the targets there is about 10%, you know, that African countries should really ensure that the allocation from National Treasury is 10% to ensure that agriculture really grow. Is there any position that maybe you as AGBIS have taken regarding engaging the National Treasury around this funding allocation that is so small? But on the blended finance, I think it's a great program. I am a big advocate for it. I did advocate for it while I was still at Land Bank, and Anton will know our engagements. I think it's a program that really we have to take it to the next level, even if it means, you know, engaging with multilateral, like the World Bank and so forth, to really ensure that we grow agriculture. I'll definitely support, and us as members of this portfolio committee, we did make quite a lot of noise around it. We did speak to our provincial treasury, but obviously you will understand that the provincial treasury is only limited to what they receive as an allocation from national. So, you know, I think the area that needs engagements needs to happen is at national level to ensure that the allocation really improves, but also the engagement with the World Bank, you know, in terms of finding proper blended finance for our emerging farmers and our farmers as well, because I mean our commercial farmers as well, because they also, you know, going through really difficult times in terms of financing their production. So, but over to you, Wandile, with regards to the two questions that I've sponsored. Are there any follow-up colleagues from members that you wanna? Okay, Wandile, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Chairperson. And you are raising an important and a difficult matter. Let me say, Jim, really to remind the members that South Africa is one of the countries that in the world, if you look at the scale of support, as Dr. Mogale was making the point that we are on the lower end of that. Really, the South African farmers have had to make and do what they are doing out of the, in large part, their steam and, of course, legislation that is relatively more favorable in order to attain the gains that we do have. To an extent that much of this progress that we are seeing is also coming from money that is financed by banks. As we talk today, the South African farm debt is just over 200 billion rands. So the farmers are highly in debt. Of course, they are able to service that debt if the sector is growing and we are able to export and all of this, which is why the discussion about today, even linking with the US and linking with opening up export markets, is very much key on the sustainability of this sector, but also ensuring that they are able to continuously service some of their costs and everything else are going forward. But as to whether then there is room to allocate more in the sector, my sense is that at the moment, you know, seeing the fiscal pressures in the country, we are very reluctant on pressing much on the Treasury, except to say that in some of the areas where, take for example, in the wine industry, if you can, and you are in a position where you don't have to put so much a tax burden on the wine industry, that's another assistance that one can give the industry, and making sure that it gets inflation related adjustments or even lower on that, and all of the other aspects that legislatively and in terms of programs we can be able to support the sector, especially those that are non-monetary. We must ease those burdens so that the industry, at least in terms of its cost base, things become better. Either it's municipality, it's road and all of that. But I think direct allocation, it's something that, at least in our judgment from where we sit, we think it's going to be very difficult under the current fiscal environment. It is, though, something that is worth contemplating, because if we are thinking about reviving the ARC, reviving the OBP, and many other institutions that are key to the growth and the sustainability of this sector, we must pay attention as to how the capital allocation can be done for those organizations, while at the same time, of course, addressing whatever inefficiencies, corruption, and the other things that may have added to the difficulty we find ourselves in. The land bank and that portion of a blended finance is really something that we hope that Minister Steenhuisen and the others continue to channel the amount of money that they are putting on blended finance through the land bank, and that the land bank partners with others, and the fact that other commercial banks also participate on the blended finance, because if they do, then that increases the reach at which this blended finance could have, really to the point, an example of Hotfin that Dr. Mohale was referring to. Those are some of the aspects, but I think this funding matter will have to add on a fundamental aspect of that release of land, private sector coming in place. I mean, Mr. Dan Creek will make an example of what they've been able to do in the Eastern Cape region, partnering as a wool growers with black farmers in various communities, introducing genetics and the gains that they have made, as well as the improvement in the living standards in various communities that they've been able to work successfully with, that they've observed over time. Those are some of the examples of the good things that are happening in the sector that we can replicate in the Western Cape, greater part of the Northern Cape, greater part of the Eastern Cape, and see where we go. But the possibilities are there, Mr. Chairman. Let me end on that particular point, and thank you so very much.
Thank you, Wandile. I think there are no further questions. Colleagues, we are doing very well in terms of time, so we will proceed to Agri Western Cape's presentation. We are now at 9:38, so we will allow him time to set up, and then thereafter immediately followed by Citrus Grower Association, and then honorable members will take Q&A. I see Dr. Drosky maybe want to say something. Does Dr. Drosky, do you want to say something? Okay, yeah, then thereafter then we will do a question and answer, and then we will then proceed to, I hope, to our lunch. Over to you, Honorable Yanni. Yeah.
Chairperson and honorable members and HOD, colleagues of the department and leaders of industry, thank you very much for the opportunity this morning to do a presentation on the agricultural sector in our province. As Wandile also alluded to, that there are numerous industry leaders in the room this morning, and Mr. Dan Creek online. So I will not be going into depth in terms of the different industries, but just give you a bird's eye view in terms of how we see the sector in the province. But Chair, to start off, This is just what I'll touch on this morning. It's just Agri-Western Cape. So where do we fit in? As we have all the commodity organizations in the room, or the majority of them, and then the landscape, and then just some policy developments. I think Wandile also referred to the economy and policy challenges globally, but I think we're also facing some policy uncertainty in our country that's putting the agricultural sector under pressure. So just to give you a background of organized agriculture, where do we fit in? We have, our basis starts with farmer unions on ground level, and then also some district farm levels, and then the provincial offices, of which each province has the provincial office, and then we are affiliated with Agri-SA, our national body. So that's just a very simple structure of organized agriculture in South Africa. So Agri-Western Cape, we represent around about 3,500 commercial farmers in the province. We have around about 89 farmer unions in our province that's affiliated with us, and then some commodity organizations and also special organizations. And Chair, on the commodity organizations, I would really like to highlight the fact that we are very privileged to have very competent and relevant organizations in our province, and of which the head office are situated in Paarl. So we are very privileged to have them close by, and they do enormous work in terms of their specific commodities and industry. So, Chair, then just in terms of the agricultural sector, and unfortunately, I think my figures, the latest is 2023, the contribution of the agricultural sector to the gross value added in our province. And it's a combination there of the primary and then also the agri-processing part. And you'll see in the next slide as well that Dr. Mukhali referred to the 11% contribution. My slide is still on 9, but that's how it grew in the last 2 years. So, and that's what I've mentioned. And so you can see of all industries, the contribution of the 9%, but now already on 11%. So quite a substantial contributor to the economy of the province. And I'm going to touch on exports now and see what the impact thereof is, and also contributor of or earner of foreign currency that's important for our province. Chair, but just to take it a bit local, and in terms of the contribution of the agricultural sector in our rural areas, various districts, and that's the contribution of agriculture to that specific economy. So we can see in terms of the West Coast, quite, if you add food, beverages and tobacco, agro-processing, you can see it's quite a contributor to the economy of the West Coast district municipality. So you can go to each one, the Cape Winelands 21%, Central Karoo 28%, Garden Route 13%, and that's perhaps, I think, and we agriculture and tourism this morning. I think tourism plays a huge role in the Garden Route, having that figure to be a bit lower than in the other districts. And then also the Overberg 20%, and then City of Cape Town, we all know it's a lesser contributor. But I think in terms of percentages, it might seem low, but I think we're all in agreement, Chair. If you take out agriculture in the rural areas, I don't think there'll be much left of our rural towns. And I think not only tourism will be able to sustain those towns and economies. Chair, I'm not going to waste too much time on this, but we've got a breakdown of each district municipality. But yeah, like I said, I think the important thing is just to understand and see the importance of agriculture in the various rural or district municipalities. So I'm just going to skip through these, but yeah, we have in each district municipality, certain municipalities performing more in terms of or contributing, the agriculture sector contributing more than the others. There you can see, and that's what also mentioned in terms of tourism, that in the Kanaland area, the agricultural sector plays or contributes more than in the other. And specifically George, Oudtshoorn, 5% and 8%. So other industries contributing more in those areas. Knysna also 3%. Central Karoo, for sure, agriculture plays a huge role in those local municipalities and the district's municipality. So Chair, back to the impact or the importance of the agricultural sector, and this is a 2024 figure. In terms of comparing to the other provinces, our exports amounted to close to 69 billion rand in 2024. So in terms of comparing it to the other provinces, a huge exporter of primary produce. And the next slide will have the percentages of 58% of all primary produce produced in South Africa being exported from this province. And on that note, I would really like to applaud Hoortkrou and the Citrus Growers Association and all that took part and still busy with the port and sorting out and contributing to its functionality, because I think the figures speak for itself. If we do not get our port in order and fully functional, this will definitely hamper the exports of the sector throughout this province. This is just in terms of the contribution in terms of total provincial exports, and we can see 35% primary and 17% agro-processed, and contributing to 51% of all exports is the agricultural sector. Chair, and it was also mentioned this morning, the importance of the labour and employment, and we all know the challenges in that regard. This is an average figure of 186,000, but I think the department can also agree that it's around about, on average, 220,000 permanent workers, and in season, you can double up with seasonal workers. So a huge contributor to employment in the province. Chair, just some honourable members of the committee, just some interesting commodities. Perhaps you're all aware of it, but hops produced in the Southern Cape, in Walboomskraal, basically the only place in the country that's producing hops for, and it's part of our beer industry and ingredient. Rooibos tea, also important and only produced in the Western Cape. Ostriches in the Oudtshoorn area, and then canola, basically only in our province. Barley and oats, 90% of all barley and oats produced in the Western Cape. And then wheat, over 50% of the country's wheat production also in our province. So the other commodities, please excuse me that I'm highlighting these, but I think we all know the importance of your commodities, but these are just some interesting that our province is really making, or is special in terms of our commodities, and that's why also we by far the most diverse province in terms of commodities and farming enterprises compared to the other provinces in our country. Then on this slide, Chair, I just want also to commend the department with this flyover project that the department engage with, and I think it gives us valuable information in terms of area of production, types of commodities, and how it evolves. And we've seen just in terms of orchard increase from the 2013 to 2017, 32%, and the third iteration, 43% increase in orchards. So there's a lot of, now I'm running out of data, afleidings. I need to buy some more airtime. But I think you can derive a lot of positive out of this, employment opportunities, because it's labor-intensive commodities, orchards, and so again, also emphasizing the fact that, and I'll touch on legislation a bit later, and I'm sure I'll get a question on the employment of foreign nationals. But I think in terms of labor force, we do face challenges, and this is also contributing, and we need to develop and expand. So it's not negative in that sense, but it's also in terms of the challenges of harvesting these produce. Just some interesting facts from the flyover. Avocados, I never thought I'd see them in our province, but doing very well, and the expansion increase in areas produced is increasing. Then the nuts, huge increase if you see from 2013 to 2023. Pecan nuts, macadamias, substantial increase, and quite high value crops as well. As we all know, if you want to buy some nuts in the retail stores, the price, and hopefully it will also reflect on farm level, but let me not go into that war zone at this stage. Chair, then just with reference to Orkro, thanks Anton and your team for this tree. I really like to present this and just give you a blink on what challenges the agricultural sector needs to address or face, overcome, and that's not only just climatical change, but a various number of issues that we need to deal with. So we at Agri Western Cape have identified 7 priorities that we focus on. And Chair, I'm not going to go into each one in detail, but I think it's important. Infrastructure was also mentioned this morning. I referred to the ports, but also the Honourable Member referred to our gravel roads in the rural areas, critical for our farmers. My engagement with the Department of Infrastructure, at the stage it was mentioned that 95% of all road users uses tar roads. So with a limited budget, they need to focus on those roads, which makes sense in terms of what is said. But the other 5% cannot be ignored as the agricultural produce starts on those gravel roads to be transported to the port, to markets, and so forth. So, and we cannot allow that produce to be damaged on those roads. So it's a critical issue for us. We're working closely with the department now. We're also going to look into signing a MOU with them in terms of how we can prioritize or be part of the prioritization process and addressing the issues on gravel roads because it's a real critical issue for us. Electricity, I see Dr. Du Plessis' password is still load shed 2023. So hopefully we won't see that in the near future, but all the articles in the media is a bit concerning in terms of diesel usage. But let's not go into load shedding. It is critical for the agricultural sector to have sustainable supply of electricity. Rural safety, very important for us. Our chairman at our policy committee is also the chairman of Agri SA's Centre of Excellence Rural Safety. Mr. Ace van der Westhuizen, and we really focus on rural safety. We also have a radio channel registered with ICASA for emergencies for our members, but we also invite all members of the public to register on that license or that signal, so that we can create a larger footprint. Disaster risk reduction, I must compliment and commend also the Provincial Disaster Management, Mr. Colin Diner and his team, and we work very closely with him. And then also the Department of Agriculture, their division in terms of disaster risk handling and reduction. Skills development, it's critical for us, and also a lot of work being done by the commodities in that sphere as well. Legislation, Chair, I'm going to touch, unfortunately, on some of that, and then trade. So the last two is just what I want to. So the first one, it's still, like they say, hot off the press, the Expropriation Act. And we as organized agriculture are very concerned of certain issues in that act. I'm not going to go into much detail, but the main one, the expropriation at null compensation of section 12 and 12.3 and 4. And we need clarity on that. And that's what I've mentioned in the beginning, the uncertainty, policy uncertainty for farmers. And what's the purpose of the act? What is the impact? We need farmers to, first of all, make profit. Chair, and I want to just emphasize that fact as well. It's not a sin for a farmer to make profit. Sometimes we get the feel that farmers should not make profit. I don't know where that comes from, because it's a business. So we need to make profit to reinvest or to increase our investment and expand. We've seen the expansion of the orchards, the figures that I've shown you. So we need, but to reinvest in your farm with policy uncertainties, it speaks for itself. So we need the agricultural sector. Dr. Sebopetsa referred to the 2% contribution of the budget, support from government, but support also in terms of policy certainty is critical for our farmers to expand. We've got very much resilient farmers, and according to me, the best farmers in the world in terms of the ability to produce quality produce at a reasonable price for the global market. So government needs to support the industry. And it's not only financially, but also in terms of policy certainty. Okay, I've listed some and I'm not going to go into detail of the policy challenges that we face, that we as an organization is handling at this moment, and also contributing in terms of comments and participation, public participation. The Sandveld one was just quite a concern for us as well, because in short, if that was passed, then it could result in farmers being cut 30% of their allocated water supply and quota. So, and we all know the Sandveld is very important for the potato production. So yeah, we're busy with the Department of Water and Sanitation in terms of that regulation. Employment equity. Chair, as I stand here, I'm really, it's probably the one piece of legislation that I'm most concerned about. A lot of our farming businesses are quite flat structures, and I've just received this morning from the Department of Labor the percentages and of the proposed, well, not proposed, it's gazetted, of middle management, senior management, and so forth. And it just seems that in terms of, well, the very little engagement that we had with the department before gazetting it, is that there's quite a lot of unpractical suggestions. We, in the fruit industry, Anton can also confirm that in pack houses, women are preferred to operate and to function in do the packing for various reasons. Now, this piece of legislation can also have now males to be forced to employ males also in a pack house, and it seems very, what's belachelijk in English? I don't know, but sorry, ridiculous. Thank you, LZ. So. But it's practical, and it's practical issues on farm level. So I really don't know who thought about all these percentages and levels, but we will definitely have to have a look at it and raise our voice in terms of implementing what is suggested here. The Immigration Act, Chair, this is, and I'm going to just stand still here for a moment. We all in the agricultural sector in our province know it's a real issue. The influx of foreign nationals. But standing here, I just want to reiterate or confirm that the organized agriculture do not support the employment of illegal foreigners. That's the basis I'm going to just give my input on. On the employment of legal foreigners, our farmers, our members are having a real challenge in verifying documents. We've met with Department of Home Affairs and SAPS, and they showed us some documentation, and neither of us or SAPS could find the vervals, LZ help. Fraudulent documentation, because they have the paperwork of the department that's been printed on. So only the Department of Home Affairs can identify these fraudulent documents. So we have a real challenge in verifying documents from foreign nationals. In terms of the illegal foreign nationals in our province, my question is, how does that individual crosses our borders and reaches the Western Cape province without any issues? So what I'm saying is, it's not just an agricultural issue. I know the agricultural sector has been blamed for employing and creating these or having these employment opportunities, and that's why the people are coming to the Western Cape. But in my point of view is that it requires a consolidated or effort from various departments: Home Affairs, the Border Control, Department of Labor, Department of Agriculture, Organized Agriculture, everybody to try and resolve this issue. But whether we want to know or like to know it or not, we're sitting with a real issue. There are a lot of illegal foreigners in our province. And for us as organized agriculture with a focus on rural safety, and I'm not pointing fingers, all I'm saying is, if you don't have a documented person, and there is crime taking place, there's no knowledge, there's no record of any or information of a certain individual. And unfortunately, we've seen in some of the farm attacks that took place that you don't have the record of these individuals. It's a real concern for and not just farm attacks, but crime as a whole. If you don't have that information, it's a challenge. So, Chair, I don't have the answer, but I really would like the committee to take note of it, that the agriculture sector, and specifically from Agri-Western Cape side, we are really concerned about the amount of these people here undocumented, and we cannot issue legal documents. They need to be get it in their country of origin. So I don't know the solution, but we need to somehow address this and sort it out. Otherwise, this can result in major issues in our sector. And then just on the Land Transportation Act, also critical. We all know about incidents of accidents of farm workers. Then that's been or transported on vehicles. it is a real issue. I think with the department in COVID, we also constructed a model, for a lack of better words, Dr. Mkhale, of how we suggest that transportation takes place, and to make it safer for the commuters. But also recognizing the cost for the employer, as we're probably one of the only sectors that's transporting their workers from home to work. Just a couple of last ones, Chair. I'm just going to run quickly through this, and that's the PCO officers or the pest control officers. That's new legislation that we and Grain SA is also an ACBIS on a lease from ACBIS, also working closely with in terms of the training of these. What is concerning for me is that it needs to be implemented, but the curriculum, the training of these type of officers, according to me, is not in place as of yet. So a lot of challenges regarding that. I think what is important also for this committee, Chair, is that the mining and all the applications we see, according to our knowledge, around about 250,000 hectares in our province is under mining, either mining or prospecting applications, and that's a real concern. And what we find is that it's a certain individual or two with various companies, so they apply for the prospecting right, and then, sorry, in our view, once they obtain that, they go out on tender and find who wants to mine it. So it's actually just a speculation or speculative type of process that's costing farmers a lot of money to oppose these applications. So this is really critical for, and if there's any way that Chair, you and the honourable members can assist the sector, and for starters, at least make sure once there's an applicant that application needs to qualify in terms of financial ability to do the mining themselves, then we can take out the speculative impact and role that they will play. And then the last one, just the unlawful entering on premises bill, that we see that in terms of land grabs and so forth, that we're also taking a close look on and at to prevent that. There's a lot of confusion, Chair, I think, in terms of the Expropriation Act and illegal occupation of land. The Expropriation Act does not allow for that. And SAPS needs to perform their duties in terms of illegal land grabs. Chair, this is my last slide, just on trade, and my esteemed colleague Wandile gave us an insightful presentation. Just to bring it a bit closer to home in terms, and this is unfortunately 22 figures, the Western Cape exported 8% to the US, all industries of that, and that amounts about to 15 billion rand, and the primary agricultural sector 2.5 of that, around about 4%, and if you include the processed or agri-processing, it amounts to 5. It's another 2.5 billion. So about 33% of the 15 billion that's been exported to the US. So quite an impact, and I know the colleagues from the commodities will probably go into more depth in terms of the impact on their specific industries. And then just in terms of direct employment and indirect, you can see it's a huge impact. So, Chair, this is from my side, and again, thank you very much for the opportunity just to give you a bird's eye view of the agricultural sector in our province. Yeah, you're welcome. I'll take any questions. Thanks.
colleagues, really thank you, Honorable. We call each other Honorable, so that comes a long way before I took my position here. So really from my side is with regards to this prospecting, and maybe to yourself and to Dr. Mogale, regarding this prospecting, we've got a bill that we passed, what you call PDAL bill, which is obviously aimed to protect agricultural land. And there are obviously particular activities where minister has to set up, kind of commission or committees that will really be looking at this agricultural land in the province and so forth. I just want to know if there is already, such committee or engagements that are happening between yourself and the sector to really address this particular issue. That's the question from my side. I'm going to hand over to honorable members to raise their hands if they want to really ask a question or two. I see the hand of Honorable Bryant, Honorable Ngondlo. Any other hand? Honorable Mbombo. Okay, Honorable Bryant, in that order.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be as quick and concise as possible, and thank you very much for the presentation. One thing that stood out for me is the huge disparity in terms of exports from the Western Cape, but how that doesn't necessarily translate into employment figures when you compare it to, for instance, KZN, which isn't that far behind us in terms of employment. Is it simply that we're more efficient in the Western Cape and we don't require as many people? Or can you just explain the disparity there? Because it would seem to me that there is potentially more room for us to create additional jobs if you look at what KZN's exporting, for instance. And then just a very random question, I suppose, but the avos that are being produced in the George region, what type of avos are those? Because obviously you get the Durban, the big Durban avos, and then you get those little Haas avos. So is it the ones that are mainly designed for the export market? I just want to find out there. And then I think the two very, very important points that you raised towards the end, the first one in terms of employment equity and the pack houses, I think it just shows a basic lack of understanding when it comes to how things work on a local level and how communities historically interact with, the way farming takes place and picking and all of that as well. And then secondly, the papers for immigrants. Obviously, we don't have any issue when it comes to legal immigrants working. It's the illegals that are the huge challenge. And perhaps it's something that needs to be facilitated with the new Minister of Home Affairs to see if it's something that could potentially be dealt with. Thanks.
Okay, Honorable Ngondlo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. I think I will reduce my questions to just two on the legislative aspects. One, I think taking from the earlier question around employment of illegal foreigners, it's good to know that the industry has got a position around the matter. And I would be interested if, like the question that was asked to Wandile, whether the industry does have the numbers of the legal foreigners that they've employed, as it has been said in the presentation, and what are the specific areas of skills that those foreigners would be employed for by the industry. And then the second one, Chair, is that in as far as the Expropriation Act vis-a-vis illegal land grabs, one is just interested to understand the connection between the two. I'm raising this because I think the Expropriation Act is very clear, even on the process of how such happens. So I am just unable to understand the connection between the illegal land grabs because they don't fall anywhere into what expropriation is about. And what would be, given that the industry says they are concerned of Section 12, 3 and 4, what specific concerns are there? Are there specific farms that within the industry may believe that they would be candidates of expropriation without compensation? I'm interested in that, and has those issues been raised with the National Department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Mbombo.
Thank you very much. I think you already touched up on the issue of the employment equity, because I was going to ask, how does the sector deal with that? Because I saw the regulations. They could be harsh in some other sectors, especially with the cap of the 50. So I'm not sure how I will be able to. So whilst I myself, I aspire to be a farmer. Can you see where I'm from?
Looking good.
I'm going to go to US. I'm a farmer. But nevertheless, it will be a challenge for, especially with the new upcoming ones, to be able to meet that other aspect for the employment equity. But the question is, how can we, as the legislature, help specifically those who will have a challenge so that we can raise it up at our level, at a political level, with our counterparts around that. For example, we can even ask the National Minister of Employment, probably maybe to explain further around that other aspect, because it's our job to make sure that we remove the bottlenecks, specifically in regard to creating jobs and also for the business. And then the other part is related to the transportation. When we're at the port, I think there will be someone from Citrus or Fruit who's going to speak, but some of the challenges, because we don't have the issue of the rail, the freight, especially in some of the other areas, districts that you have mentioned, is quite far. And as the chair of the mobility, the transport, I've seen a lot of these trucks on the road in regard to that. But we are supposed to be the committee for mobility. PRASA is supposed to come to us where they'll be presenting in terms of what they are doing, not only for the passenger rail, but also for the freight and all of those, especially for the goods. Probably maybe I'll ask to the person from Parliament who's responsible for that, probably to send an invite so that you could have a representation to ask those questions direct to PRASA, especially its impact on the in terms of the roads and the accidents and all of those. Because I drive almost alternate week to George, so sometimes I take an N1 via Swellendam, sometimes I take wherever this side of the N2. I find it like 4 trucks overtaking each other, like I'm sitting like this, so scared. And then I said to myself, probably if there could be an alternative in regard to the rail. And I'm saying it because I know in some of the other parts, the rail does work, because every year there's a what we call Pelo Paper train by Transnet that brings health services to some of those areas, like as I've mentioned. And then the other thing is about, during the time when I was MEC for Health, we worked very closely with the farmers, especially in terms of the health services. I recall around the Witzenberg, mostly it was the Dutoy farms, even up to that side of the Uniondale. I mean, in terms of George, not only in Witzenberg, where not only they initiated their own clinics, because we only assisted them with the paperwork because we wanted the stats, but they even employed health professionals, and they even employed the community health workers who go door to door in the farm workers. And not only in Witzenberg, in Swellendam, also they have a new clinic in Lutzville as part of the agri-processing, where they ask us to assist so that people don't have to queue long hours at the clinic, especially for those who need treatment. And we found that actually we reduce some of the defaulters for those on chronic medication around that? At what extent now you still working around that? It takes me to the last question. We've seen, probably Dr. Mokhala can also even mention some of these, what we used to do. I think they're still continuing in terms of the priorities with the government. Western Cape, although the numbers are not as big, but there's a concern on child malnutrition and stunting. And what is worrisome, it's about, you'll have assumed that most of these are mostly in the metro, like in the informal settlements. But you'll find some of these are the children who are the children of the farm workers, specifically in the areas where there's even a high exportation of food. So it's worrisome. The people who are producing food, are the ones who actually having no access to food, as being evidence with a malnutrition and stunting. I know from the health side, they'll be giving these ghost pakkies, but mostly they're for the babies. But when you have got under 5-year-olds who are stunted, it means that there are also adults who are malnutrition. They might be fat. Obesity is a malnutrition anyway. So they might be obese about it, but for at least with the babies, it's easier. You just give them formula. But with the adults, because I'm not saying that you need to respond to that. I think probably because they are participating, the government is participating in that process. Probably when you do your presentation, you track where exactly, because the health has got the data, and identify in some of these areas and see probably the progress in regard to that. If we have to swap with where probably you can maybe give them some artapels or whatever, all of those, let it be, so that you can be helping the health with that part of it, because it's concerning the producers of food are the ones who are actually malnourished. And then we brag about the high exportation. There should be at least some amount that is that is left behind for specifically for the farm workers, who are those the producers. But anyway, thank you very much. But I'm interested in terms of how we can be able to assist with the employment equity, because I did look at those sectors. Thank you.
Okay, before I give over to you, Gianni, I hope Wandile is still online. Wandile, maybe also this question to you with regards to preservation and development of agricultural land bill. If you can really come in from AGBI's point of view, if there is work that is being done to really address that. But also Gianni and maybe Dr. Mokhala as well, to just provide members with what this flyover is, you know, just to get a better understanding, you know, because I think you just touch flyover, you understand, and maybe I do understand, but I think honorable members might not have really an understanding of what flyover is and how it contributed to the growth that you have just shown. Thanks. Over to you, Gianni.
Thank you, Chair. On Honorable Bryant, the labor versus exports, it's a difficult one. I don't have the exact answer, but I would say in terms of its value for starters, the export and the comparison to the various provinces. And in terms of labor, the disparity between, for example, KZN and ourselves, which is the second one. Yeah, it is an interesting fact. I don't have the specifically, I can just think of in terms of the high value crops that's been exported makes the 58% and the 69 billion more than what is been produced in KZN, for example, and exported. In terms of others, I don't know the cultivar that's been produced. What I do know is the botterpere from KZN. That is a very delicious avo. We don't get it here, so it's not. George, you have the.
Chairman, if you may, the Western Cape is considered a late area for avos. So I don't know just for answer. People online.
Thank you. No, the Western Cape is considered a late area for avos in South Africa. and the main variety planted at the moment is Hass, which will give you, for its timing later in the year, gives you amazing opportunities for export and local market. So that's why they're planting them down here.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks for that. I don't know, actually, is the question, the employment equity, the pack houses, it's a challenge. I think we can, in terms of Honourable Mbombo's question, how the committee can assist, I think if I address it now. I don't know, Chair, in terms of this committee and where the impact that you can have and the voice you can raise, but I really would welcome if you can, as a committee, engage with the department and even the national minister, because it doesn't make sense. If you look at the figures, it's 50 workers and above. I mean, our fruit industry and a lot of farmers have more than 50 workers, and then it triggers those percentages. So we would really, as an industry, and the other guys can also talk about it, but would really welcome if you had a look at those figures. I've got the tables there on my computer. It's going to be a real challenge. I don't know how you're going to comply. So if the committee chair, through you and the honourable members, can raise that issue with the department, we will really appreciate it, because first of all, I think the whole public participation process, we had a Zoom meeting or Teams meeting of 4 hours, and it was then, and previously we did comment on it and raised our issues and concerns, and then the public participation was considered the 2 or 4 hour Zoom meeting, basically just conveying what the percentages are going to be, not allowing for inputs and as much. So I really think it's some a piece of legislation that we can address and comment on. Then Honourable Ngondlo, the illegal, unfortunately, we also don't have those numbers. I don't even know, well, I don't think there's a department that is aware of the numbers, because we don't know how many people are in the country, because there's a lot of uncounted for in terms of illegal or fraudulent documents. So yeah, unfortunately, we don't have those numbers. And then in terms of the expropriation, section 12.3 and 12.4, you're 100% right. There are 5 criteria before it can be considered a null compensation. If you have it if it's state-owned property that's not used, if you have land for speculative reasons. Chair, I'm really running out of time. You must help me. And where the subsidies on that land is higher than the market value, and there's another 2, labour tenant and so forth. The concern for us is the interpretation, Chair, and through you, and also in terms of what you referred to, how do you link land grabs with it? We've seen videos of prominent politicians and individuals referring to this is the opportunity now to if I can use the words, take the land, and it's been covered now with the Expropriation Act. So it's that type of comments, interpretation. There's a null compensation, and not implementing or referring to the 5 criteria before there's null compensation. So what is also positive in a sense is it's not without compensation, it's null compensation. So it indicates that there needs to be a calculation. How do you arrive at null? So that is positive, but still the great concern for us is the interpretation, and basically on the whole act, the clarity, the transparency of what is being implied and how it's going to be interpreted. That's our concern. Honorable Mbombo, the employment equity, okay, we addressed that, and please, again, we would really like, if there's any way that the committee can assist, we will gladly appreciate that. Mobility, the rail, is a concern. I think if one drives on the N7 from Vredendal, even Klaver, to on the N7, I've been to the Southern Cape this weekend. The trucks, same frustration. But I think it's going to be quite a challenge with the trucking, the freight industry. Luckily, I won't be involved in those negotiations from freight to rail. But I think in terms of the agricultural sector, that will gladly or greatly assist us in the transportation of goods. Health, we're still working very closely with the health department, and wherever we can, local clinics on municipal level and farm level. Also, we have that engagement, and it plays an important role. On the nutrition side, you said no comment, no need to comment, but I think it is a challenge. I had a discussion the other day on food security also, and the 30% of all food produced goes to waste. So it's a valid question. We export a lot of food or produce, but in certain areas there's child hunger and malnutrition. But like I said, in the world, 30% of all food has been wasted, so goes to waste. So I think it's not only an agricultural issue; it's a social and issue that needs to be addressed. Personally, I would like to make a statement that I would be surprised on a farm with permanent staff, with children, that one will find that as a norm that the children are not fed. I think it might. I would like to say that I think the farmers and the employer will also have a close look on what's happening on his farm and pick up those issues. I'm not saying everyone, but I would like to think that our farmers are also monitoring, if I can use that word to extent, in terms of the nutrition of the children. Then, Chair, I would like, if the department would like to respond in terms of the flyover, we're just utilizing their data, and we are very fortunate to have it, but the detail, I think they can.
Okay, over to you. I don't know, is Dr. Drosky going to speak to it?
It's simply that we fly the entire province once every 5 years to pick up the trends to enable our decision making. It's a very valuable tool. We've done it for the last 15 years, and it served us very well. So that's it. And maybe, Chair, maybe you must invite us to the committee just to share the trends for the last 15 years that we have picked over time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The PDAL, what is the work? What's happening at the background? Are the work being done? Wandile, are you online?
Chair, I am online, but I struggled a bit to hear some of the things. I had a connection issue. If you may very briefly indulge me on what you need me to speak on, and I will say thank you, Chair.
Okay, the issue was raised by Yanni with regards to mineral exploration or prospecting. So, and we've got obviously this bill, preservation and development of agricultural land. So the question that I had was, can you comment with regards to what is happening really at industry level with regards to ensure that, some of the stipulation in the acts are being carried out in the province, like forming committees that will deal with this instead of farmers having to go to court to really try and stop this people that are trying to use their land for mining purposes. I just wanted to get if there are already, indications that work is being done on the ground. I know the bill has been assented already, so it should be, there must be some level of implementation with regards to really working with the minister and the industry, and obviously ensuring that at local level, this matter is addressed and we don't see, farmers having to go to court to stop this prospecting issues. Thanks. I thought you and Dr. Mohale maybe might be able to answer on this one.
Thank you so very much, Chair. And I think your comment is perhaps maybe more instructive of what needs to happen. I can say that as we speak at this point, at least from an activist perspective, we haven't really been much more involved in setting up the committees to ensure the proper implementation of that particular bill. But this is something that we must work with Agri-SA and the other colleagues in exactly the way that you are articulating. The challenge is not only in the Western Cape, but also in other provinces. Thank you so very much. Sorry, my connection is bad.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mohale? Okay, thank you. So, colleagues, thank you very much, Yanni. My procedural advisor has indicated to me that the citrus growers will have 2 presentations. So, as such, we have decided to just change the program a little bit. We're going to break for 5 minutes for tea and coffees, and thereafter then Citrus Grower Association will come and do their presentation. They will be focusing on the summer citrus and also we used to call it the non-black spot here and the black spot. So, but you call it summer citrus and whatever the name. So, but let's break for quick tea and obviously lunch. What time is it now? 13:37. Can we be back at 1:45 to start with the next presentation? Will that be enough time? Okay, thank you.
and panelists ready by end of 2025 to take this further. Alignment with government objectives. Job creation in the citrus industry remains one of the most important things. We employ 35,000 people. If those hectares go up to 45,000 people, that'll be a substantial number of more people employed at farm level. The government has also helped to support and address the US tariff implementation. There's a war chest, a war room at the moment that's been set up with AGBIS, role players in the citrus industry to try and negotiate a fairer tariff on our citrus fruits. We can't wait. We're not waiting for the US government to make its decisions, and hopefully we can get to a suitable solution that's good for all of us. We have good support from the Department of Agriculture for the sterile insect technique and citrusol, and we'd like to just thank them for their donations they've made to us to keep us going, make it and keep it sustainable for the industry. We all know that the Western Cape citrus industry is the lifeblood of many of the rural towns, and this will impact, if this tariff issue stays at 30%, that will impact greatly our citrus farmers in the Western Cape. It's a short insight, and Sonia, can you come up to do the rest of the presentation? Thank you. Yeah, that's it there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to introduce myself first. It's a new crowd for me. My name is Swanda Rakonradi. I represent the citrus industry that ships citrus from South Africa to the US. Now, if you look on the website of the Department of Agriculture and you look for special programs, you'll find the protocol for the citrus program. Shipments into the US, and often people refer to it, and people still in the industry refer to it as a special program, but it's not because the people are special, it's because it's a super challenging protocol. We are serving the world's most demanding market. So in addition to all commercial aspects, tariff, etc., this is definitely the most challenging protocol from South Africa. The US is far away from us. It's a country that I know very well. It's an industry, the commercial side and supply chain is mainly my focus, and I know that country very well. I want to add on to about the special program because it's so challenging. A group of growers, the industry, formed. There was different varieties of the form, but today we are a service provider to the citrus industry to assist with the challenging and to assist with the ongoing viable market. Just in terms of our name, we have a strong promotional approach into the US. This is a very American kind of thing. They have a lot of commodity boards. Boards that come to mind are the North American Blueberry Council. A lot of these commodity boards, they have a lot of ag boards for wool, for wheat, for dairy, etc., etc. Most of them receive funding from government to support their marketing efforts, and some of them also have a marketing order in place. We, of course, South Africans, it's not really funded. We provide them a service, and they pay for our services. But we, as I said, we have a strong supply chain solution approach and obviously a strong commercial approach. Just in terms of the name, it's also very American. And I want to stand still on that a little bit. We had a name change and our MRI change about 10 years ago. And at that stage, the new hype in the US was avocados from Mexico. So that's where our name was generated from. And also summer citrus, we are counter-seasonal. We complement local production. In the summer, there's only citrus from the Southern Hemisphere to arrive in the US. So we don't complement, which is obviously also a trade approach that we can take. Just in terms of conversations I had with me and my board have had with various role players over the last 2 weeks. I'm just going to give you 2 or 3 pointers on the tariffs, and this is not from governments. These are from talking to people, you know, in the trade. First of all, most of what I've picked up is that the Trump administration is going to go country to country. So it's going to need to be government to government. It's not going to be split up by sectors. I was also involved in a variety of AGOA discussions together with government. I've prepared multiple presentations on AGOA. If you look at AGOA, the successful commodities that are shipped from South Africa, first of all, you have car parts or car associate parts. Second of all is alloy. The citrus industry is the third largest industry into the US. And I'm going to show you all about our growth just on perishables. And this is talking to a few people and looking at what some other countries are also doing. The reality is what car parts, if you put on your television and you see online, it's just about the automation of the US. What the luxury those kind of industries have, what we don't have, is time. We work with a commodity with an ever-changing life cycle. Time is ticking, the crop will be gone. Just if you also look online on CNN, you just see Mexico and Canada. But what a lot of people don't know is that 90% of the US's avocados come from Mexico. And despite this Trump's administration's issues with Mexico and Canada, all perishables from Mexico and Canada was exempt under a trade agreement called the North American Free Trade Agreement. So I actually am pretty confident that we should go, the perishables should be exempt. First and foremost, in terms of ag, I can only talk about perishables. I can't talk about other commodities. Also, South Africa, the CGA, together with Fruit SA, belong to a group in Europe called SHAFE. It's the Southern Hemisphere Association of Fresh Fruit Exporters. So it's all the Southern Hemisphere country. It's South Africa, it's Brazil, it's Chile, it's Peru, it's Australia, New Zealand. And they published last night, they published online on Fresh Fruit Portal that 60% of the US's fruit is import. So definitely we need the support of the government. But if I would have to run with this kind of campaign, I would definitely go for the perishable argument, because we don't have time. That is the one thing that we don't have on our side. So I'm just going to give you a short interview. Please stop me if I go over my time. I'm not going to go in too much depth. Okay, just summer citrus from South Africa. We represent the citrus exporters and the industry shipping to the US. I've already explained that it's quite a challenging protocol. The group's biggest challenge is shipping opportunities. There are no direct shipping opportunities to the port that we want to be in. We want to be with our fruit in Philadelphia. There's one shared shipping service agreement. It's Amex. It's between Maersk and MEC, but they don't go to Philly. They go to New York. We want to be in Philly, and I'll tell you a little bit later why we want to be in Philly. And our focus is really to maintain and sustain our market into the US. We don't really get involved on farm level. We get involved with packed fruits of carton, and then we take a super integrated approach throughout the total supply chain. Our main focus is, promoting our quality. We don't really do that anymore because South Africa is definitely the preferred supplier of imported citrus in the summer. A lot of what I do is focused on export, transport, and delivery. So it's all throughout the supply chain. A lot with ports in South Africa. We ship conventional vessels, which is shipped from a private terminal. I have a lot of interaction with Transnet, and we ship containers also mostly with MSC, and we split our shipping volumes now 50-50. That's a lot of what we do, and we work with ports in the US as well, etc. Assisting with the development of an ongoing viable market. This is the American way. You need to put yourself out there. You need to tell them that you're there. You have to lobby with the right people. You have to advocate for the right people, with the right people. And also, we would like to think that we have a very good relationship with the relevant authorities. Obviously, all our Department of Agriculture forms a crucial part of this program, and also the USDA, which is the United States Department of Agriculture. And this is all included in the protocol that these bilateral entities should be involved. I reached out to suppliers. I said it's not mainly with growers, not so much with packhouses. It really starts with exporters. Our bilateral entities, our Department of Agriculture, the PPCB is also responsible for signing off the cold treatment. They sort of like reside under the Department of Agriculture. All the logistical parties, both South Africa and the US, supply chain service providers, shipping lines. We have a very much of a cohesive approach when we talk to shipping lines. So we don't sell fruit. We put our package of fruit together. We make a deal with a shipping line, and from there onwards, it go down to an exporter. Ports, we work with multiple. We ship only from Cape Town, but we ship to multiple ports in the US. Just in terms of this protocol and this protocol, in the past, we only had access to New York, Philly, Port of Delaware, which we've never shipped to, Savannah, in Houston. During the pandemic in 2020 and an administration change in the US, we were able to negotiate all access to all ports in the US. Obviously, it's only East Coast. Doesn't make sense for us to go to the West. We have a strong approach with importers. I'll tell you now, information that we share. We also focus a lot on US retailers. Last year, with our money, we funded a retail visit of Walmart. It's the largest retailer in the world, and we took him to most of our bigger players to secure his program. He buys directly from South Africa. It's about offering an integrated approach throughout the supply chain. Everybody knows what's going on. I've already talked a lot about focusing on supply chain groups, cold store, etc., etc. Bilateral relationships are extremely important to us. Our transparent information, will anybody in the US tell you, is second to none. This is the only one commodity that I know of where growers, exporters, importers, retailers, everybody knows what's coming. So the 10 or 12 importers in the US, he knows what he's getting, but he also knows what the other importers are getting, and also some of the bigger retailers are included in our distribution. So our distribution is a very it's a lot of figures. This is what we're going to ship. This is when it will arrive in the US. This is the kind of movement that we need in the US. So I think it's fairly well coordinated. In terms of perishables, the two positions that you don't want to be in the US is that you have too much fruit there, because lowering the price is not necessarily going to increase movement, but you also don't want to be in a position where you have too little fruit, because then the guy's going to buy from Chile or Peru. We focus also a lot in increasing demand. So we go out to retailers, we speak to them, we introduce them to our exporters. I made the example of Walmart, and therefore I believe we have a successful marketing campaign into the US. This is a very nice slide from the Port of Philadelphia, and this is why we want to be in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a port that focuses on perishables. If you think in your mind what you see of New York, it's smaller apartments, smaller kind of retailers. In that Philadelphia area, that region, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, all those states around the port, people can actually afford to have 5 kids. So they have a lot of large retail stores in this area. It's spread out, and George will tell you, going to a Walmart is going to Tiger Valley. It's massive. Everything in the US is massive. Look at the population in that area, the GDP. It's the largest economic region on the planet, and it has a GDP slightly bigger than Germany. Our marketing campaign is very simple. It's about selling a country with confidence. On our website, not just on our website, I strongly advocate for, this is the list of exporters. This is the list of importers. I don't care where you buy, as long as it's South African. And I think this is also an important point, that with any perishables, you are not a consumer brand. Nike, Lay's, that's what you're fighting for. You're fighting with Lay's. You're fighting with a country that consumes a lot of sugar, intense sweets. So you all want to go this healthy way. Trade show visibility. This is the American way. There are a few trade shows that we attend to. We sponsor some of it. We take our growers there. It's just, I mean, the US is a huge country. Our trade newsletter is also something different. This is different to our weekly distribution, which is a very much of an analytical approach and a business plan. Trade newsletter is also very similar to what they do in the US, like you see. Big citrus groups like Sunkist is still the biggest citrus group in the world. They do a trade newsletter. Shipping lines do trade newsletter. I follow Maersk. I follow MSC. MSC also has a nice sustainability trade newsletter. This is the way. And also with most of retail buyers, they are a younger generation. So for them, everything is online. We have a super simple approach. We do have the best citrus in the world, our sophisticated supply chain system, and we focus obviously a lot on trade, meaning the retailers, because a consignment for a consumer, an orange is an orange, but you have to convince a retailer to buy South African citrus within a certain window. This is just what our trade newsletter look like. So it's actually like corporate communications kind of a system. This on the right was in Philadelphia towards the end of 2023. I forgot to say we are in our 27th season now. This is when we were first, MSC took us for this first time back with containers to Philly. It's very important for us to split our volume. We want to have weekly arrivals. That's just also an example of our trade newsletter. So we update the trade, what's going on. I think last year was a good example because Americans are all about perception. And when we had that really bad weather in Cape Town, for 2 weeks, nothing was packed. But with our communication, we were able to tell them, yes, we have a delayed production, but we are still there. And you'll see in the end, when I come to the figures, we were basically only 10% off our regional estimates. This is an important part. And Wandile, I'm not sure if you're still online, but I've never met you before, but I would like to differ from you. It doesn't take 3 to 5 years to build markets and change supply chains. It takes decades. We are now in our 27th season, and we don't know if we'll be able to go into a 28th season because George said 28% is a no-go. What you'll see here is they're aligned. Anyway, if you see 2019 to 2020, COVID was very good for the citrus industry. All of a sudden, Americans started eating oranges again, and you'll see the growth that we doubled our volumes basically from 2018 to 2022. 2023 was a lighter kind of a production year. 2024, we also estimated around 100,000 pallets, but we were a little bit down on the because of the rain. This year we projected a 10% growth, and this is not about pushing growth. This is about sustained growth so that this market will still be there for another 10 years, another 20 years. You've heard the figures George has shown on the growth of citrus. It's similar facts as George shown, 35,000 jobs, turnover, South African turnover, US turnover. And this is not to see that there's money in the money to make, like George said, growers don't really make money, but there's a lot of foreign currency flowing into South Africa. I mean, AGOA, we would have to see what's happened with the tariff. It was in any case up for renewal in September. AGOA was up for renewal. So for us, the main thing, we need to be competitive with Chile and Peru. Australia doesn't really ship, but they ship a little bit of citrus to the US. I think this program is so successful because of the collaborative approach that a group of competing growers, competing shipping lines, everybody can sit around a table and, make it work and see where we go. Do we have time? Should we now have a 3-minute video? So this was we showed at the end of the 2023 season. It was also sort of like our season end of trade newsletter, and what you'll see in here is everybody throughout the supply chain: exporters, shipping line, importers, retailers. So it's like 50 South Africa, 50% South Africa, 50% the US. Let's see if it works. Thank you for your time.
It's not the norm in the industry nor in the world that these amount of role players come together and make this program possible as if it's second nature.
And we are starting the 25th season of shipping citrus to the US with the MEC Shirley. And she will arrive in Philadelphia towards the end of May.
We've seen that our ability to consistently deliver, to make sure that our customers get fresh weekly supply, has set us apart as a reliable partner for our customers in the US.
We are happy and satisfied that we have long-term sustained shipping options into the US, especially with a growth plan.
I can honestly say that I think the Summer Citrus USA program is the best export program in South Africa. They've included all the service partners. We all know each other, we communicate with each other, and that makes it a very successful program.
In the last few years, together with Summer Citrus, from farm all the way to the overseas market, we've managed to coordinate amongst each other, all the parties involved. There is a close communication that allows for efficiency to come in.
Weather has a huge impact on production. Weather also has an impact on the loading of the vessels.
With the Summer Citrus from South Africa, we always expect a very high level of communication. We have a higher efficiency with the containers coming into Philadelphia. That helps us get product to consumer quicker.
We're discharging the vessel, final day, fruit coming off, going into storage and out to the warehouse where we pack it, bake your halos.
South Africa complements the volumes that we ship to the national chains in the summertime. It enables us to have a seamless approach to marketing and retailing.
I think our transparent communication, the fact that it's a fairly comprehensive amount of players involved in this program, and we would like to get your take on that.
It's well controlled. It's
we like to use well managed.
Managed, okay.
We prefer the word well managed.
Okay, well managed, excellently managed. And obviously we're very proud to be part of this whole program and looking forward to
future growth.
The future growth and the rest of the season.
They're at high quality, so it can come to the United States, it could go all over the world, but the United States is also very particular in quality, and we've been able to do it out of South Africa, so far away. It's one of my proudest career moments to say that I started in South African citrus right when I started at Seal Sweet, and I've continued on, and I'm very proud of that.
As I reflect back on the 25th season, all of us actually need each other to execute this program with excellence, and we are blessed that we've had another successful season.
Thank you, honorable members. The presentation from citrus growers and Summer Citrus has been delivered. Really, thank you very much. Yeah, I think from my side, my question is, what brought Summer Citrus in the picture? Really, why did you see the need to really provide the service? And in terms of your service agreement between yourself and Citrus Grower Association, what's the kind of relationship that you have got, and as well as the logistic, if you can just maybe clarify that for us. I will hand over to honorable members to also, pose their questions. Yeah, are there hands? Do I see hands? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Oh, there's a hand. Honorable Mbombo, Honorable Bryant. Any other? Is that all? Okay, you go first.
The question is based on ignorance. There was one time where there was a citrus that was piling at the airport. I'm not sure it was going to go to Europe, but the issue was that it was not meeting the requirements, or whether it had defects. There was a time, I remember at the time, that there were some other farmers who would call me and ask what can be done. That was a long time ago. But I'm not sure it was heading for Europe, but there were restrictions in terms of whatever that is specs that we're supposed to meet. But on the social media, you'll see piles of some citrus where it was like at the ports where it couldn't be. So I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying on ignorance, because you're talking about the US. What about the trade to Europe or Asia? I don't know.
Did I get it? The question is summer citrus also applicable to the EU, or is it just only to the US? I think that's probably the question. Am I correct, Honorable Mbombo? Yeah.
Thanks for both presentations. Very, very interesting, very exciting as well. I think seeing the potential that's possible and the growth in the market. I know you have mentioned the issue with tariffs as being a challenge, and made that recommendation around the exemption of perishables, which I think is something that we should bear in mind when we get to our resolutions as well, to see how we can drive that. But I suppose my question is mainly, the previous presentation spoke quite a lot about what some of the key challenges are and stumbling blocks potentially. I mean, this presentation has been full of potential, but I mean, I just want to find out from both of you what you would say, apart from the tariff issues, are some of the things that are maybe holding some of the progress and growth back a little bit, just for our insight.
Maybe before Josh.
Maybe before you answer, I mean, you did indicate that you intend to, obviously you planted with the aim of shipping to US. I think the question really for me is now that you have planted, I know that there's been a lot of planting, and how much hectares are coming to how many hectares are coming to production that were earmarked for the US, and what market have you thought about maybe as one of the areas that might be a challenge for you going forward? If you can address that. The one thing that I've seen, I'm tempted to talk about it. I've seen the rubber tire countries, doing some movement there, and I was wondering how's the situation there? Don't you want to really talk about it? The rubber tire country, and in Cape Town port, and as well as across the other ports in the country. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I see I missed half of one of my slides, and probably one of the most important things was the port efficiency.
Don't you want to get close to there?
Yeah, sorry. I see I missed one of my slides, and one of the most important things I missed was the port inefficiencies that we deal with on a daily basis. I think it's received a lot of attention and media, and a lot of meetings and groupings and whatever else. But for the Citrus Growers Association, and I think for all fruit kinds in South Africa, fruit leaving our ports, the ports remain a massive problem for this country. I think there hasn't been any recapitalization of any equipment and maintenance over the last 10 years. I see cranes are only starting to arrive now. New equipment starting to come in. But the inefficiency of our ports, despite that new equipment coming in, remains a big stumbling block for us. And the only way we see it going forward is for privatization in the ports. Pier 2 in Durban was destined to privatize in April last year. But because of Maersk challenging it and taking it to court, it's still not resolved. So that remains a massive issue. We'd love to see privatization in P and Cape Town as well. We haven't seen any talk of that or any heading in that direction. And I think if we, as the CGA, want to see Vision 260 achieved with 260 million cartons being exported out of this country, we need the ports to be operating in in a very efficient way. And on top of that, we need, Vision 260 also, that one of the other things that we aim to do is to remove all trade barriers and tariffs in the rest of the world to allow us, to free us up to go into different countries. We've been too Eurocentric in the past, was up to 60% of our food going into Europe and the UK. It's down to 40% into Europe now. So China and Asia are opening up. I think we just need to take hold of those opportunities. India does have the tariff issue, but somehow some guys seem to get around it. So on the ports, if there's one thing I can ask you, honourable members, to help us with, and that's to increase the efficiency and the capitalisation of our ports and the management of our ports, to improve that dramatically. What's another?
I'll take those three.
What must I take?
I'll take those three.
Okay.
Oh, you go.
Yeah.
You could just contribute.
No, gosh, you go.
Can I continue? Sorry, Chairperson, you asked why summer citrus. I think if you look at the figures that George shown, it's like something like 30 million cartons is in the Western Cape. It's only about 6 million that go to the US. There's a window, there's a marketing window in the US, and there are quite a few varieties that cannot go to the US. They don't want Valencias. Lemons, some growers are trying to build the market for lemons, but the lemons can't take the harsh, the protocol is quite harsh. So why summer citrus is actually going to combine your question, and it's because of their challenges. It's the most challenging protocol. There are no shipping options. So I think 25 years, 27 years when they entered the US, there were no citrus in the summer. So first of all, they had to build a category. Then around the 2008, 9, 10, Chile, Peru came in very strongly with a lot less supply chain costs. So then they realized we had to actually, advocate for ourselves, and we look at with the little money we have, other successful US models. So what are we doing? We're selling a country with confidence. So it's not like the 30 million cartons that George is showing can go to the US. It needs to be well managed and focused more on increased demand. So those are all our challenges. The port, we need to increase the port efficiency, but because we collaborate as an industry, I think that it's not once we collaborate, we put our challenges together and somehow a solution comes out of it. Just on your question on the pallet, for the USA, we pack a different pallet, which exceeds ISPM 15. We had some issues with pallets in the US, I think 10 years back, and so I think that what you've seen on social media was not destined for the US, and it's a requirement that exceeds our Department of Agricultural requirement that we pack a specific pallet with higher phytosanitary regulations, and the industry sort of accept our Department of Agriculture, our PPCP, and we've got people at the depots, at the ports that make sure that we pack only that specific pallet. So I'm not sure what you're referring to on the pallet. It was not USA, I think.
I think the question was why only the US, not the EU?
Because of shipping mainly, because to other destinations, they have services in place. The breakbulk vessels, which is about 50% of our program, we negotiate a dedicated vessel with only citrus from South Africa to the US. On the container lines, there are only one service, as I've mentioned, Amex, and they don't go to Philly. We don't want to go to Philly. New York, there's too much cost. Like I've explained, all the service providers, the supply chain infrastructure is situated around Philadelphia. So that's where we want to be. So and with the EU, the growers are more. I think also the relationship with retailers are much more closer. I mean, the US is basically a continent. So it's how big the US is really amazing. So I think the EU is a much more traditional partner for, for growers. All your retailers, many years, your programs are in place. It's a far country, I think.
But I think it's changing in the States now. That more and more of us are getting direct programs with the retailers themselves, like we do in the UK and Europe. So you come before a season, you negotiate a price and a volume, and you make sure you service that program. And the States is becoming like that as well. Just getting back to the harbour, the bulk freight is loaded on conventional vessels on one side of the harbour, and it's run by a company, and that's much more efficient because we can load in wind. So it's not prone to wind like the container vessels are. So we spread our risk and send half the freight. 2 weekly sailings are in break bulk vessels and the other on container vessels.
Just the summer citrus, I just want to understand, are you part of CGA or are you independent working for CGA?
I won't say that we're part of CGA, but we are very good friends with them. We have a different focus. The CGA is a little bit more market access, and as you can see, we are more supply chain. Everybody that belongs to Summer Citrus, it's a voluntary organization, belongs to the CGA. I mean, George is also one of our exporters. I mean, the chairman of the board of the CGA also sits on my board. So there's collaboration on everything. It's just a little bit of a different focus.
I think the reason why the citrus growers in the Western Cape got together was the sensitivity of oversupply into the States. If you cross a certain threshold, your price drops dramatically. So we keep a supply and demand factor in balance and make sure we supply what they want and don't oversupply them, because if you oversupply them, it does become an issue.
It's not going to move. The fruit's not going to move.
It's I mean, the rest of the country can't come into the States because of the black spot issue. Thank goodness, because if they did, they'd destroy that market for us in 1 year. They think it's a massive window of opportunity, but it's in fact it's not really.
Honourable members, are there follow-up questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much, George and colleague.
So
we're moving quite fast. Next is going to be Anton Rabe and Rico Basson. Over to you, Anton.
Thank you, and good morning still from my side. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and I must start with an apology for sending my presentation late. I hope you received it. There's lots of detail in there. I'm just going to go high level. So hopefully I'll be able to give you a good perspective of my industry. Now, Yanni stole one of my slides. So Yanni, this has been changed. But the context is that we've got a very complex environment within which we operate. And as a commodity organization, it's a challenge to make sure that we stick to those things that we can make the biggest difference on. And I will try to highlight what I believe is the 4 major challenges that we as agriculture in general, but my industry specifically, have to deal with. Now, this whole political global trade turmoil has been mentioned a couple of times. The issue of policy uncertainty, and that uncertainty is not good for investor confidence. I think for me, that is absolutely the take-home message. We need to work together as public-private sector role players and create this certainty in the best interest of our country. I personally believe that agriculture actually can be the game changer for our country. Foreign earnings, job creation, rural stability, all those sort of things. Waar moet ek wys? Just a quick slide on the global risk environment. You can look at when you get the detail, but this is the World Economic Forum that every year convenes in Davos in Switzerland. And they've got this global risk ranking. And this is a 2-year ranking. And you can see here social polarization, inequality, and so on is currently big issues, and technological issues. But in 10 years' time, the 4 top risks is environmental, and the 10th one is environmental as well. So 5 of the top risks is climatically linked, and those are really some of our major challenges. And our research program, our market development program, infrastructure, all those sort of things needs to take that into account. Just a brief helicopter view on my industry. As I said earlier, I represent the pome fruit industries, apples and pears, and then stone fruit, which is plums, peaches, nectarines, cherries, and so on. And they basically split 70-30. But you can see the bulk of our production is here in the Western Cape. So 80% of that 54,000 hectares. And of those of you that like rugby and soccer, that's about 110,000 soccer fields or rugby fields size of apples and pears. The Eastern Cape is mainly along kloof, but very limited production in the other provinces. How's that split? As I said 70-30 between pome and stone, and apples by nearly 50%, pears 25%, and depending on the area or the sub-region, there's a good mix between these different crop types. The last 20 years or so, we don't see a lot more or lot less hectares. We went through a dip in the early middle 20s. Some of you will remember the fiscal meltdown and so on. But we produced probably double the product that we produced 20 years ago on this number of hectares that we produce now. And that's plant material adapted for the climate. It's better fertigation, irrigation, production practices, and so on. I think there was some mention now made of the value chain or the cost chain, but it's fairly complex from the grower to the consumer. And in our domestic market, you can just take out this and go directly to the hauler and then to the consumer. But we're very dependent on infrastructure, packhouse, cold storage, the whole exporting process. Mention made of the ports, importer, retailer, and then the consumer. So, as a commodity organization, we need to decide where we need to focus, and that's obviously on the production side and on the marketing side. And we need the experts in between to do a proper job. And that's where we see that the PSPs, private sector participation programs, are starting to come through. It was also mentioned how markets have changed over the years. This is the apple and pear situation, 26 to 2024. The figure that you see in brackets is the 2024 figure. So if you can just explain with the UK, so in 2006, 37% of our apples and pears went to the UK. Last year it was only 11%. With the EU, Russia included, was 70% in 2006. Now it's only 36%. Mention have been made of Africa. I think when Dile referred to the African Free Trade Agreement, 20 years ago, 8%, now 18% of our product goes into Africa, and it's mainly the West Africa, a little bit to the East Africa, but you can see where the growth has been coming in. The Middle East, Far East, by far the biggest growing markets, but that takes time. It cannot switch it on and off. I think that was also mentioned earlier. The US, from a POEM perspective, really not that important. And then as far as the stone fruit market, exactly the same pattern, but still much more dependent on UK, Europe specifically. And you can see here a jump, and that's mainly driven by the plum industry. That really went from 0 to about 1.5 million cartons in three years. So when it comes to AGOA or these tariffs, it will hit the plum industry much worse. But stone fruit being much more perishable, not really a player in Africa, but also some growth in that part of the world, and that's where we as a commodity body focus on. Just some key perspectives. Our per capita consumption is very low, only 6.6 kilos per year. Some of the European countries are up to 70, 80 kilos per year. So that's also something that we focus on, trying to educate consumers on the good attributes of fresh fruit, dried fruit, and so on. Growers, just over 1,100, and about 30% of them produce 80% of the product. So it's not quite the 80-20 rule, it's a 30-80 rule. And that in itself also provides a lot of challenges for us from a transformation perspective. Because of consolidation, economies of size, and the huge investment that's required. Agri workers, we've got 68,000 in those two industries, another 17,000 in pack houses and processing. But we're export orientated. Currently, we're sixth as a deciduous fruit exporter. And I think in the Southern Hemisphere, we just took in the first place for apples, biggest apple exporter in the Southern Hemisphere. And we're on the verge of taking over from Argentina as far as the pears go as well. I indicated 4 major challenges. The one is on production or productivity. I've referred to the climate challenge. That is a huge risk. We're mitigating that with hail nets, or what we call hail nets, but it's really, it caters for wind, it caters for better water efficiency, higher packouts and things like that. So lots of effort going into that space. Production costs is a huge issue. Packing material, labor costs. So the, climate adapted plant material sustainability, and then a big focus for the industry on R&D to make sure that we can deal with these productivity challenges. So that's challenge number 1. Challenge number 2 is growth. Land reform and policy uncertainty. I think that's been mentioned. Logistics, I'm not going to go into that, but Noko, I think there's 10 new RTGs that's currently being assembled in the port. And if everything goes well, they should have 30 new ones by this time next year, which will increase the throughput through the port. But our problem is still the entry of the port, and then on the on the STS, the shore to ship cranes. That's where we need lots of investment. Geopolitical instability, lots have been said about that. Compliance issues, environmental issues, social issues, governance issues, and compliance with legislation as well. That is increasing cost, and that is something that we need to deal with. Third challenge is about markets. I've mentioned PSPs. We don't think that's a choice anymore. It just needs to happen. And personally, I'm fairly concerned that some of these big shipping lines come in and they provide some sort of a tender. I believe it should be a South African consortium of parties, not foreigners, because they don't have the best interest of our country at heart. Slow market access. The waiting periods are horrific. There's some examples that you can see here. I'll just take the China one. We started in 2003. We got the Apple protocol sorted out in 2015. That was 12 years. It took another 7 years to get the Apple protocol through, and we're now on the verge of getting the Stonefruit protocol through. And part of the problem is what's calling sort of staggered market access approach. We need tandem market access activities, multi-product. My dear berry friends is very cross about with Stonefruits, but if we can sort out that system, and this whole AGOA and US thing, I believe is an excellent opportunity to fast track some of these market access issues and make sure that we get to these other markets that's got potential. That's just a slide to show you what the trade relationships, free trade agreements are in Africa. If you look at it on a global space, it looks like a spaghetti bowl. And we need to make sense out of this and focus in on those things that makes the biggest impact over the short and medium term. For me, this is hair raising. I don't have hair anymore. But what you have here is a different southern hemisphere countries and target markets in the east, including India. And you can see Peru, Chile, they have mostly got green bars in all of these countries, where they've got free trade agreements or preferential trade agreements, where tariffs have been addressed and so on. And in our case, bugger all. Even with the BRICS countries, we don't have proper free trade agreements in place. And part of our problem is that we always have to negotiate as part of SACU, not as South Africa. And that makes it very, very, very complex. But we've been left behind. We're being lapped by other countries. And I believe our government, our national government, needs to up its ante here, and you can play a huge role in that. Challenge number 4 is transformation, BEE type issues. I think that has also been mentioned. There's quite a number of industry-specific programs. There's collaboration. We need policy alignment. There's been mention made of this funding, blended finance issues. And we need the commodity bodies to be part of the implementation. We know what needs to be done when, what is a fair cost, which a land bank or other departments don't know about. And then making sure that we can get our emerging growers as part of the value chain. This is a slide showing the investment over the last 20 years in BEE, land reform type activities. Mogale referred to the partnership that we have with the department. But you can see after a very slow start, we've made some fairly big jumps in the last number of years. In this period here, we had what we call a Boompie project. Our first target was to plant 1,000 hectares. We're nearly at 1,500 hectares now. We've partnered with the Western Cape Department, with the Jobs Fund, with the Land Bank. And this bar here is Hortfin, which we share with the wine industry and the table grape industry. For me, what's important is the wealth that's unlocked over time. And that interventions as far as plantings go, the value of that in my industry is 13 billion rand over the lifespan of the orchard. So there's no quick fixes there. It's processes, not events. I've mentioned the nearly 1,500 hectares. There you can see which provinces they are. Mostly, again, Western Cape. We've got 84 emerging growers. I think 3/4 of them are wholly owned black growers. The rest are part of all different schemes, percentages, equity percentages, and so on. But again, you can see the main focus is here in the Western Cape, with the majority being wholly owned black entities. Part of that program is also learning and development. We need to train people, bursaries, work integrated learning programs, mentorship, learnerships. You can see the rest of them there, down to soft skills development. This year that we currently in, we're investing 55 million rand in 55 bursaries. Some of that is linked to our research program, so that is a vital area that we need to deal with. This year, we could fund 25 undergraduates. We received applications for 1,455 students. It's a bit sad, so there's interest, there's appetite for our industry. We need to train those youngsters and put them in proper jobs. So that's my 5 cents worth. There's many factors outside of our control. We need to deal with those things that are under our control, which is logistics and some of the political trade issues. Producers can mitigate against risk. We can create jobs. We can address these land reform challenges and things. But as I said, PSPs are no longer a potential solution. It's a vital part of the solution. And if we can get all of those things aligned up, the AAMP, which I don't think has been mentioned this morning, the Agri-Processing Master Plan, the NDP, National Development Plan, if we can get those things implemented with some sort of a partnership, collaboration between industries and government, that will create that investor confidence, and that will be a game changer. So, Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Anton. I am not going to ask Rico to come to the front, but I think it's best maybe you deal with the questions, and then Rico can really also come and present and deal with the questions. Honorable members, are there questions? I see a hand of Honorable Bryant, Honorable Ngondlo. Okay, let's start with Honorable Ngondlo, and then we come to the front.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenter. I think I've got 2, if not 3 questions. My first one, I think, is on the climate change impact that you had indicated there as a current and future risk. And I recall when Wandile was presenting earlier on, did also mention one of the challenges, particularly in our province, which also has to do with the biosecurity issues, given the exposure to disease as one aspect of climate change. I just want to check how much investment has the industry been doing, particularly around the space of research and development, if you were to sort of plot your investment as the industry in actually looking at this area of work and its effect, so that you can at least navigate and anticipate, some of these challenges that some are new, obviously, we're starting to see. Also including, talking to some of the countries or industries similar to yours, which are located in other parts of the world, but are more, sharing a similar climate with ourselves or with the province. The second one is, I think as a member in this committee, I would, if time were to be allowed, Chair, perhaps in future to discuss the proposition you had made around the nature of private sector participation, which from where one is sitting would really support what the view you raise about the primary or the priority participants being local businesses. And I'm raising that if you consider what's happening in the very issue that industry, and I think all were spoken about the global shifts, predominantly if we consider what is happening there, we are learning that most countries are starting to look at their domestic interests. And whether we like or we love Trump or we hate him, the reality of the matter is that in any way, charity always begins at home. How do you justify having an economy that is more positioned to serve the world, but it can't serve itself? So unlocking domestic investment is important, and prioritizing, whether in the previous WTO provisions such has been understood as protectionism. But I think the world has come to a realization that whether you like it or not, given the uneven development and the fact that it is not guaranteed that the first world countries are gonna just gift, the second or developing countries. So I'm just saying I'm giving my thumbs up, as a member of this committee to that thinking, if indeed is something that were to be allowed. And actually to say what would be needed by this committee to get into that particular conversation, and what is the nature, what are the hindrances in that conversation as far as you are concerned. And lastly, I think for me, to the presenter, I'm just interested also to understand, I think, on the skills development with the very low numbers in terms of producing, your high level skills, especially postgrads. What are some of the limitations, and how is the industry perhaps working with government, with the likes of higher education, trying to sort of push those numbers so that we try and improve on the numbers in that regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Standing Committee. Thank you, Anton, for the presentation. Something that wasn't mentioned, I think, today is the current status, if we're talking about job opportunities, supporting the industry, growth of the industry, and potential impacts on the industry, is the current labour dispute within Transnet, and whether the Standing Committee can support the industry around these situations that occur. I don't know if you, Anton, and your team, I'm sure you have spent a bit of time contemplating what the potential impact of this might be. I know the blueberry industry was impacted significantly, brought to its knees in 2022. Here we are 3 years later with a potential impact of the same, and whether or not we are able to avoid these situations while respecting the rights of labour unions and staff within these environments, but to hold industry ransom for these negotiations is a very difficult situation for industry to absorb and to recover from should there be any further deterioration in the current status. So just around that conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Concern noted. Honourable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Robbie, for the presentation. Very, very insightful and lots of very, very good info. I think your key theme around policy uncertainty came through again very strongly and seems to be a theme, golden thread that's running throughout all the presentations at the moment. I think we have to take note of that, as well as the issues around employment equity and BEE. Just two questions. The first one, what has spurred the growth in plums in the US? All of a sudden there's a recipe for plum pudding or something. That's it just seems quite interesting. There's been this spike as to what that is, what's causing that. And then secondly, I remember when I was at Varsity, it was like 20 years ago, I had a colleague who wrote a paper on apples in Elgin and how going forward in 20 years they wouldn't be able to grow apples in Elgin. That hasn't exactly transpired the same way as he'd predicted. But are you seeing any fruits that are under threat due to climate change, or any regions like you have, for instance, in Ethiopia with coffee growing and that kind of thing? Thanks.
Just before you answer, Anton, my question is following on what Honourable Ngondlo has asked. Really, I think the issue for me is on the skills development, is that I don't think we are producing enough postdoctoral studies students. And I'm raising this because I don't think that we have got producing enough researchers across the country to actually help us in terms of really competing with some of our colleagues in the industry across the Southern Hemisphere. Have you considered really looking at postdoctoral studies funding? Because I know it's quite expensive, and some students obviously cannot afford. They would love to really pursue their postdoctoral studies, be it not in South Africa, outside the country. I think it's an area that I think the whole industry and even the government must seriously consider. Thanks, and over to you.
Thank you. As far as the climate change issue and the biosecurity risks goes, I think it's a fact that pests and diseases are changing their hosts, their patterns, the areas where they normally were not, and now they are. So as an industry, we are focusing on monitoring that, obviously working with the Department of Agriculture, and having a sort of a proactive monitoring exercise going. That's costing us about 3 million rand a year. We're currently having discussions with some of our sister or brother industries and see how we can expand that to other crops, other commodities as well. And then we invest about 40% of our annual budget in our R&D programs. And as I said, that some of that is linked to training as well, skills. So Mr. Chair, that postdocs, I think that figure that I've indicated, I think there's 3 postdocs in there, of which 2 is abroad. So and in that process, we also work very closely with the Agri-CETA, and we just invited the sort of the private sector to become involved in our bursary program as well. But jumping to that question, I believe that that we need to train people to be able to be put in permanent jobs. It's no need to just train people, so all of our bursary holders goes through an internship program. We work with growers, with pack houses, processing facilities, and they go through a year-long program to make sure that they fit for that job. And currently, there's about 38, I think, of them in that program this year. And we've got the 80+% strike rate with them. So they're being placed in permanent jobs, which means that they've been trained properly and they've been skilled properly. So I hope I've answered your first question and your last question. As to the nature of PSPs, what we need is competition at the operating side. And I think the notion has always been that we need to split the operator and the landlord. Government is the landlord, but the operator must be more in a private sector environment. And as far as I know, there are quite a number of local people, companies that would like to invest in that. George mentioned, or someone mentioned the private operator in the Cape Town port. It's FPT, Fresh Produce Terminals. They've been operating for many years, and they seem to get things right. But the Transnet operators are, you can't do anything about the wind, but there's certainly some things that can be taught. So hopefully that competition on the operational side will create the pool that we want. You've also mentioned trade liberalization. I just use the word, it's on its back foot and it's in its dying moments. Because you're absolutely right. Charity begins at home, and what we've seen the last 10 years or so that trade restrictions, tariffs, phytosanitary type of issues is just being multiplied, and those are mostly not science-based. I think the citrus guys are a good example of the problems in that sense. But why do we produce to export? Because we've got a competitive advantage. We can produce fruits better than other countries. It's better tasting. That's apparently been scientifically proven. And when it comes about food security and household food security, it's also about the ability to be able to buy food. So having a job, earning money, and to then buy food is as important as the staple products and so on. So I hope I've given some sense there. The possible strike at Transnet. There was again now, it's been the third time that we've tried through all the different structures in NEDLAC to get the ports defined as essential services. That failed again. And it's only, I think, fuels and gas operators that's been declared as essential service, but not the general cargo type of handlers. So that could possibly be something that the honourable members can look into. Personally, I don't think there will be a strike. I think it's a posturing type of situation. The deal that's on the table currently is a 6% adjustment for this year and a 5.5% adjustment for next year. which I think is more than fair. But the CCMA has been part of that process. One of the trade unions have accepted it, the other one, the bigger one, hasn't. So we have asked Transnet management what are their contingencies. If a strike happens, how are they going to make sure that at least 2 ships are working and not 3, or whatever the case may be. So we'll see how that develops. And then the question on the plums. We've had access to the US for many years, but our problems have always been these cold sterilization process, and we didn't quite have the cultivars to withstand that journey. Now we have some, and with the pressure in some of the other markets, the entrepreneurs out there, they started to relook at the US as a market, and that has spurred that growth. I believe that the next berry are going to be prunes, fresh prunes, and we're on the verge now of having our protocol signed with China, and they are crazy about fresh prunes. So if you've got a contact somewhere with a nursery or whatever, try to get some intellectual property on prunes. So I think that will be a big boost for the plum prune industry. I think that's the questions that I've been asked.
See a hand from one of the industry colleague who want to ask you a question.
Just how are we faring as an industry in terms of meeting requirements for the EU Green Deal? What do you need to know?
Yeah, it's currently still a shifting sort of a goalpost. I believe we're on track. We've got a sustainability manager in place, and within Fruit South Africa context, with citrus, with berries, subtrops, table grapes, and so on, we are working as a collective. There's still some things where the jury is out on carbon credits, cross-border taxes, and things like that. But I think as a tree and vine industry, we are fairly well placed with the regions within which we produce. So the orchard itself is sort of creating a positive carbon picture, and then we've got the veld and the mountainous areas and things like that as well. And we ship product. We don't fly them, which is got a much lower carbon footprint. But we've got what we call a confronting climate change project that's probably started 20 years ago, Riku. It's a joint project between the fruit industries and the wine industry, and that created a carbon calculator, and that is currently being used to make sure that we can prove compliance as far as these things are concerned. Okay, meneer.
Anton, thank you very much. Before I call on my friend Rico Passon, he's got big events, and he promised that he will invite members of this committee to join one of the upcoming events. It's 30 days before the event. Rico Passon, over to you. Members will be interested to hear what the wine industry is looking for from the committee.
Thank you so much. It's just right that you have wine just before lunch, I suppose. Hey, and I'll try and do some entertainment value. I don't have a view here. No, firstly, thanks, Noko, Mr. Masipa. I think, firstly, for your friendship with the sectors and your keen interest. Secondly, it's fantastic to meet the committee members. I've blabbered with him through a whole list of challenges, and he ended and said, I can only deal with one, Rico. What is the one thing? And perhaps that's the cue for late afternoon. What is that one thing per industry, if we go there? So I was sitting there at the back thinking there's a very similar role that we as associations and you as a committee have, and it is about risk mitigation. I think your role is pretty much also looking at the risks, creating an enabling environment, and to Anton's point, making sure that that investment will continue. And for us, unlike the maize and other crops, we can't stop with an orchard. You plant the orchard. For wine, it's 500,000 per hectare. Anton, for apples, probably 1 million with nets per hectare. And you do it for 20 years. You can't get out. And the worst part with these tariff wars is you find that your capital goes on hold, which means it impacts that whole system. So I cannot just but emphasize what Anton has said as well. And then I think the second thing that I'd love you to do with us is to navigate provincial and national government departments. For wine, going to the master plan, I need to navigate 10 different national departments. And while it's easy to deal with agriculture, I do need to deal with health, tourism, DTI, and I think much the same with value chain. So I think it's important, and I'll touch on the master plan. This is not to show you figures. I think the wine sector up till 94 is highly regulated. Actual fact, the KWV called all the shots. And we tend to forget, but up until 93, we couldn't export any wine. There were sanctions. And then the world opened up. If I look at the French today, in those years, the KWV still removed a lot of surpluses, the good old single channel days. But that's not what I want to show you. I want to show you two other things. Look at the contribution of the wine sector to the economy. It's 56 billion rand. It is significant. It's close to 1% of the national GDP. And then for every one job on a wine farm, the sector creates 10 others downstream. Packaging, distribution, you guys look at tourism as well. So 270,000 and times 4, that's a million people. But the part that I want to share with you, which we didn't touch on this morning, but I think it goes for wine and fruit and others, is over the last decade, the agricultural sector has transformed the social dialogue and the social investment as well. And I'll end off with sustainability. But if you look at wine and fruit, just elements of labor and social justice, that would link with ethical standards such as CSR and WITA. Phenomenal. It has been the biggest single investment done by private sector into things such as housing and pesticides and safety. Then climate adaptation, this pie chart is really, which I took from my own wineries. That is their focus, their investment in adaptation and efficiency. We've got a standard IPW, it's integrated production of wine, where we put up on the seal. And then things like alien clearing, biodiversity, and the skills development. So amazing how these elements, I call it strengthening the core when you go through Pilates, eh? These things are not talked about. We were talking about so many other things, but this is underpinning the sustainability. And not for ESG reasons, but because we are in a partnership with families of workers, with generations across rural towns. But we need to find the time to talk about this only as well, Mr. Masipa. All right, if I say value chain for wine, you can really deal it from the left would be the vineyards. There's about 87,000, slightly more, Anton, than your figure. They sit in the Western Cape, the Northern Cape. You'll find them in Plet. You'll find them even in the Drakensberg these days as the sector moves east. 522 wineries, big and small. Then it contracts into 30 buyers, of which a couple are really big. And just a point here, not every wine grower owns a winery. Hey, you'll probably know that, but I think that's important. And then it opens up again into the export market. 40% of the wine goes international, 120 countries. And then, unlike the other fruit commodities, the domestic market is quite an important market for us. So a lot of our policies for excise tax and illicit trade deals with the domestic market. In the domestic market, you'll come across this. We are not the biggest subsector. South Africans have got a beer culture. If you can see in the world of alcohol, we are 10%. Often at home consumption, tourism is in there. But the big guns, AB, InBev, Heineken, 74% of all the alcohol is beer. That spirits is brandy included, but largely imported whiskies, and then ciders. And then in the global world of wine, we are the best 4%. No, I'm lying. We are about the best 4%. But to the right, the three big countries that dominate wine is Italy, Spain, and France. And then the US. And you will see a lot of the headlines lately around climate impact, uprooting, striking wine farmers, obviously also consumption dropping. A lot of that has to do with Europe that is either disinvesting or struggling with surpluses, and government not keen to take that away. A lot of mention this morning about Vinpro. Vinpro is still there. That's where I started my wine career, but we have evolved a little bit into South African wine. So today we've got one structure that represents producers, wineries, brand owners, and exporters. So it's about 3,500 members. We do have some other entities below us, Service for Information, Wine South Africa, much like, I suppose, the Summer Citrus vehicle. And then don't forget about brandy. We, for every 6 liters of wine, we make 1 liter of world-class brandy. So that's the structure. What we do, we really try and make life easier for members. So the yellow dots are all the things we do to enable growth, exports, tourism, brandy domestic markets. And the rest of the suite of services are things like research. I will touch on people development. We've got 110 Black-owned businesses, about 70 farms, and about 40 Black-owned trading entities. 70% of them are women-owned, phenomenal women entrepreneurs in our space. And then, yeah, the red ones are really the policy stuff that we work hard with you. So, Anton, you gave pretty much a similar description. I think what we find at the moment is lots of uncertainty, and it goes for very crisis management, which isn't right over the long term. I think the discussions for us should be a lot more about where should we be in 2035, 2040. At the moment, we just don't know what tomorrow brings. And I think, again, for you as a committee, we do a lot of scenario planning. Perhaps it's an opportune time to talk a little bit about how do we look at all of this. Anton, I think you said it, that the tariff thing with the US is a crisis. I actually think it's a huge opportunity. And I would go along that for every crisis or every challenge that we link, I would flip it over and say there is an opportunity. Let's not wait and freeze and say it's dark. Let's overthink it and then do the right thing. And I think we shouldn't, we're in agriculture, we don't freeze. But we should also not be vocal just for the sake of it. Know what we are asking and know what we are giving. I think it's important. Don't noise, nobody listens. I don't like challenges, I like battles. And I suppose you as Masipa, you asked me what is the one battle, and I said, please, taxation, my friend, taxation. But for us, the taxation hikes that are being proposed are a real worry. It is not cry wolf when I say if they go through things like 40% tax hikes, it will wipe out certain regions. It will wipe out a Olifants River wine going region just because you will not be able to trade that product. And even worse, it will ramp up illicit trade, which is something we cannot, not we, it's a government role, but we cannot enforce, unfortunately. So 20% of all the alcohol in this country is illicit, 20%. It is massive. You can curb it by 5%, you don't have to look at that. No, I know what the number is. Transformation, we spoke a lot about export enablement. That is the harbor, the market access stuff. Sustainability, I'll touch on just now. Profitability, for all these commodities, you'll find a top third, a middle third, and a bottom third, even berries, I think, where it becomes tough at the bottom. Education, I'll speak to that, and then resources. These would be my battles. So I'm not going to touch on that. So if I break it down into your life and your agenda and our commitment, there is no single silver lever that you can pull to make it better for growers and the rest of the chain. You need to work hard, and we, not you, we need to look at the taxation and the policy stability. That's why I started there. It is the best conduit for investment, even if you do nothing else. We need to grow our domestic market for wine. We think there's an uptrade on price point. I think it will obviously address some of the health aspects at the bottom as well. We think there's a 50 million litre potential at 60 to 100 rand a bottle, to just give you an idea. It is a market that beer at the moment has. Wine tourism is the one subsegment for me that is growing exponentially. It is so important for these wineries, because a lot of them are small. They are reliant on a direct sale, and that is your best margin sale that you can make. So this is something that we should not forget. Value, not volume for us, value, trading up into the right markets. We've just done our market selection, and it's interesting. Markets like UAE, Vietnam, Japan coming through, and some of the Africa East Coast markets as well. Market access was said, and then don't forget, we need to farm with technology at farm level, make sure that those farmers and their workforce are productive and can do what they do. This is the industry strat on a page. I'll share obviously the presentation with you. The four important outcomes: transformation and responsible. We deal with alcohol. Number 2, grow the local market. That is the tourism leg as well. Number 3, the export markets. And number 4, be sustainable in what we do. You'll find that coming through everything that we do, and also then a far more consumer market orientation than ever before. We've predominantly been so production focused that the consumer is something that came out at the end, not anymore. Then you'll know this, but this is what I mentioned earlier. This is the master plan for wine on a page. There are 10 different master plans, I think, maybe 11 now. There would be one for fruit as well. And I think it's quite important that we coordinate and work with this, because you will find there is tourism under growth, and you will find here is taxation on this side. But it is really a case of not every department buys into the master plans, unfortunately. And therefore, when we come to balancing the books on tax, or you will drop jobs, Treasury will just say, well, we've got a job to do. So it's really a silo thing. So I want to say, as a wine sector, and I think the fruit and other sectors, this is the roadmap. We buy into this, but let's stop planning. Let's go into action now. Right? Even if it's 3 things, let's do it. Okay, so let me end off with something more positive. I presented to class from Oxford last week, and I said, why buy South African wine or brandy? And I said the answer is we care. And I think for fruit and apples, we care. We care about the product, we care most certainly about resources, and we care about people. And it is not something that I will patent. This is ChatGPT. What we haven't used as we should, we've got amazing standards. I don't think we've packaged and used those standards as we should. And whilst it will not give you $1 on the shelf, again, it speaks to that core that I mentioned earlier. You need to look at this space. It is phenomenal what the private sector is doing. For the wine sector, there are two big issues. Number one is Econ, and number two is packaging, when we look at carbon. Now with Econ, we've done what we could with solar panels. On glass, we've been doing a lot of work with Ardagh, which is the old console, and we've dropped the bottle weight from 560 grams to 350 grams, making the carbon 40% less, fix the cost, and that is the counter on risk and battle and where do you go. So phenomenal that the whole chain is doing thing. For people development, about 10 years ago, I said, stop it. All the training and education is worth nothing unless we know where is the talent today and where should they be tomorrow, and where do we find the best talent for overmorgen, for the future. And so what we've done is we've collated all our courses, and we've come to, there's 170 programs available. You can have a look on SA Wine LMS. This is all e-learning. We have got, it's about 18 months old, close to 2,000 users. But then the big shift for me is I said, let's professionalize agriculture. Why, if you're a CA or a doctor, you need to do an annual update on a test, but in agriculture, a winemaker shouldn't. Just get a pay increase. And what we've done is we've set up a professional body. It is a non-profit company and accredited with SAQA. And at the moment, we can designate careers. And we're busy with 13 as a start. So a vineyard worker is one, such as a junior winemaker, a tasting room, the list goes on. And we're doing it in primary, secondary, the logistics part, and the marketing part. It gives anyone working in the sector a CV. Think about it. It takes a farm worker to a professional. It takes a tractor driver to, and he can take the system and all his training is available. I'm the best tractor driver. So is it wine only? At the moment, it's wine. I think it's a backbone that can be used to take us further as well. Then last two slides. We don't just paste this on the neck of the bottle. Please, when you open a bottle of wine, have a clear look at this. Take your phone. The QR code now takes you to the farm of production. We guarantee that the product comes from that farm, that vintage. It was made sustainably. It is a fantastic, fantastic thing. We export 94% of all the wine carries this. 6% merely take it or doesn't need it in markets where they go, but I think we'll go to 100. And then world first with nutritional labeling. The Germans came to borrow the system from us. World first on nutrition. And then lastly, I've decided to put together a ESG scorecard for wine. And it will be published in a month from now, purely because we need to make sense for our producers. And all we've done is to pull all the environment elements, which comes from Anton IPW and carbon. So our E will be water, biodiversity, carbon and soil, waste, recycling and reuse. On social, it is human rights, working conditions, training, education, and inclusive growth. And on governance, it is obviously compliance, but also data. Data is the next big gold. and he who owns data will be queen or king. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rico. I try to remind you that you have got a big summit coming up on the 22nd of May. Members of Parliament are still waiting for their invite.
Oh, I'll say it in my response on questions.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Colleagues, Rico is here for roasting. You are welcome to really take him on. Honorable Bringhuis.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much for the thank you very much for the presentation. How many liters of water does it take to make a bottle of wine?
Okay, next one.
Thanks. I've actually got a very simple question as well, and also a great presentation, and I think it's covered all the bases. I don't have a lot of questions. The only one was just on that QR code that you have in terms of the certification. Does that only apply to exported wines?
I'll say just now.
Because I was thinking about the odd bins range, for instance, which is supposed to be a secret. If one scans the QR code, would it still take you to the wine farm? Thanks.
Do I see your hand, Honorable Ngontlo? Honorable Constable? Are you covered?
Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you. Can see. Oh, there's more.
If you can just help me understand, what is a brand owner versus a bottling a business? And I'm asking this in relation to the black participants in the wine industry, and how has these businesses graduated, if there's any graduation, to participate in the higher end of the value chain. And then on the tax hikes that you are mentioning, what would be your proposal to the committee? Surely we are sitting with a number of issues around how we look at a tax, as the main source of revenue for funding public interest. So what is it that you are putting onto the table that would actually help members to engage Treasury on the matter? Thanks.
I think from my side, maybe if you can really touch on the business of wine school that you are running. And I think secondly is around how really you see opportunity for township wine sellers, and obviously also promoting responsible drinking, because I think there's limited activities around wine. You have indicated with your slide that beer is quite big, dominant. But I think an opportunity is within the township area. Maybe if you can talk about, what are the things that you're doing to promote really wine in the township?
Good. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for all those questions. The water or the crop per drop question is always interesting. So for wine, the answer would probably be about 700 liters of water for 1 liter of wine. But let me quantify that. On farm, it's only about 70. The winery uses a lot of water. And therefore, when we look at circularity, the big issue is to retreat that water, bring it back. A company like Spear at the moment is 1-on-1, which is phenomenal. But I think apples is about 800 liters. Beef, your beef steak is 12,000 liters. So have wine. Now, I think in a scarcity, I think again, COVID taught us a lot of lessons in the drought, obviously, in how to bring it down. The QR code is I don't know the answer on Checkers' recipe. But look, it's not a mandatory seal. So on the exports, 94%, on domestic about 60%. There is a lot of Ottmans is a supermarket chain brand. I would love if we could go up 100%. Again, I think if we look at the consumer research, the consumers of tomorrow is really interested in these ESG elements, and you and I would love to know where that Pinot comes from. Eh? The broad description of black-owned brands is a good question, because what happened, because the investment on a vineyard is so high, a lot of entrepreneurs, black entrepreneurs that is, 51% and up, started buying wine from commercial wineries, put up a label and started a brand. My question has always been, well, you're buying white commercial wine, pardon that link, which isn't the case. You are a black entrepreneur. What we've done is, knowing that it will take you 30 years to build a wine brand, go and ask any of the brands, is to make sure that we have a proper incubation program. I think that was your question, as to how do we make sure that we can support them, but how do we make sure that there's graduation? And it has been phenomenal to put together the business incubation, the UCT Graduate School, and the Stellenbosch Business School is involved there. And it's really a two-way street. We as sector can support brands with a grant to go to an international trade show. The counter to that obviously is performance or working on management business skills, and we put a mentor next to them. So I think for us, much like for fruit, it is not about the numbers. It is about graduating 10 commercial black businesses versus chasing 2,000. We're long out of that space, and it is a tough thing. Graduation is normally evaluated over 4 years by expert committee, and we just find at the moment there is an amazing new entrepreneur wave coming through, which is exciting. We'll need to walk with them hand by hand. And then lastly, we've got a facility at the ARC called the Wine Arc. I think the committee has been there. Yes? Not? Okay. Another invite coming your way, which is part of creating an address for black entities where they can meet their customers. The tax hikes, I think I've shared with the honourable member. What Treasury is testing is to go much like the UK on, they want to go down the route of either going double digits on tax across alcohol. That's the easiest part for them, I suppose. Or they want to go down on alcohol content, AA, which will be very difficult, I think, to govern, especially if you go up 0.5%. For wine, our view is you cannot look at a blunt instrument like tax only. If you understand the intricacies of this value chain, the job creation, the tourism, you need to make sure that you get your revenue, but that you instill long-term growth as well. So we don't see any reason why the existing methodology, which really is excise tax divided by the retail selling price at the moment, that's the incidence rate of 11%, should change. Internationally, France, Italy, Spain do not charge any excise tax because wine is an agricultural segment. So we also need to take that into account. But there's a clear proposal. I think, Chair, you have it in your possession. And if we need to take it further, especially in the consulting phase, it'll be good. Did I touch on your business of wine? Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Can I just maybe comment on the excess duty? Yeah, I think the one part that I think I picked up in the conversation with regards to this excess duty is that the beer also, seem to be saying they agree on the concept, and maybe if you can really talk to us about why the different opinion from your side and the beer side.
Because we're special. No, I think beer internationally would love to to position themselves as drink of moderation. You will see that over and over, and I think it's a good thing. Even for wine, we are producing lower alcohol wines than ever before. If you look at box wine, which I'm sure all of you consume with me, the alcohol on a bottle of wine is 13%. In box wine, it's down to 9%, and I think we will drop our alcohol levels as we go along. The biggest difference between the methodology is that wine is taxed on per unit. So it's a fixed rate per unit, whilst beer is on per litre AA. So they tend to say that theirs is a much higher tax. If we compare everything, their onslaught is just they don't like competition. That's my view. If we look at research, and obviously the counter argument on the economic one is the social one, then if you look at the abuse of alcohol and you look at harm reduction, I'm not saying for once that wine isn't part of the potential problem, but it's really mainstream beer, be specific, Black Label, that is being sold in townships, and it is creating havoc. It's courts. Bottle of beer recycles every third day through a refill. So I'm not blaming beer. I just think the argument is skewed. Yeah, thanks.
Are there follow-up questions, honourable members? Thank you very much. There are no follow-up questions. Honourable members and colleagues from the industry, I think we have arrived at the time to break for lunch. So when we come back, we still have got the Wool Growers Association, the milk producers, the red meat and the South African pork producers to take us through their presentation. And really thank you very much for really tolerating this morning session. And I think we did very well in terms of time. If we continue in this way, we should be done probably by 4 o'clock or by 3:30 the latest. Thank you very much. Sharon, do you want to just maybe explain where is the food?
Exactly where the tea was.
Exactly where the tea was. Do you all know where the tea was? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So we will be back at... can we be back at 12:30 or should we make it 1:45? 1:45. Okay. We'll be back at 1:45. 13:45. Thank you. Yeah, I think you will be next. Yeah. Honorable members, it's 13:30, so we 1 hour ahead, and I think that will allow us to finish maybe before even 3 o'clock. And welcome back. And once again, really thank you very much to the fruit industry for their presentation, and the wine industry as well, and the Agri Western Cape. Some colleagues have to be excused because of other pressing meeting. Mr. Grieg, it is your turn now, just as a way of introduction. Mr. Grill, he used to be the president of Agri SA, and I know he loves livestock very much. He's also a big farmer. Is the presentation sorted? Can you? Okay, thank you. Dan, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to everybody in the room, to all the colleagues from the Department of Agriculture, all the honourable members. It's indeed a privilege